Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Only fan, only fan, only fan. 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 Only fan, only fan.
In the shadows, truth takes form. Every clue a raging storm. A puzzle piece is left to find. Justice served, no wasted time. Follow the trail, step by step. No secrets kept, no stone unwept. Facts lay bare, the proof aligns. Beyond the doubt, justice shines. Whispers echo in the night. A legal war, a righteous fight. Advocates with steel resolve. The tangled threads they will dissolve. Through the chaos, voices plead. The gavel strikes to meet the need. Strengthened hands to bear the weight. Each decision carves our fate. Follow the trail, step by step. No secrets kept, no stone unwept. Facts laid bare, the proof aligns. Beyond the doubt, justice shines. Linda's keen, a mind so vast, breaking down the shadows cast. Michael's sharp, a guiding hand. On firm ground, the fearless stand. aligned. Beyond the doubt, justice shines.
Well, there we all are. I was just about to say, credit Oasis Cat. Great music, huh? That we've made for Justice Served TV. I mean, quite frankly, you don't really need me. You can just listen to this music as we watch the fan round and round and round and round and round. So we did have a post, a lot of things from yesterday. There's no show court, as you know. Last night we did a show on Higgins and comparing and looking at his testimony from the first trial and how it's going to actually conflict with Yuri Bukhenik. We may continue that tonight also. By the way, and also talk about the buffer zone. As you know, we're trying to get Erica on. And there's been some breakouts for the show, everybody. Just go to Justice Served TV and share them. There's a breakout on the fact that we can't get a pass again. And we sent another email to be put in that randomizer. And, you know, it was one of the things we saw is the Machado show, right? Jessica Machado, she complained about Worcester and getting the runaround. So apparently lots of people get the runaround from here. And as we pointed out, apparently the first reason for denying Justice Served TV a pass into the randomizer was because we just stream on YouTube. And it's, of course, our great viewers have pointed back to us. Hey, wait a second. The White House says YouTube is a medium. Yes, of course it is. Everybody in the world knows, but apparently Massachusetts. And, you know, today, though, we are expected to have the children of John O'Keefe on. And I say his children because he did do the guardianship, not the adoption, the guardianship of them, take on the responsibility of them. You know, no matter what you say about anything in this case, the children are a tragedy because they lost parents, they lost an uncle. I mean, talk about your life being upended. And whatever they say, even if it's been swayed by their belief now from adults, as usually happens even in matrimonial, that Karen Reed killed their new father, their guardian. You know, we have to give them a break. They get a pass, complete pass, all right, complete pass. And then we are going to see whether or not today is the day that Hank tries to call in the Sullivan sisters from Aruba, or whether the motion will be ruled on. We also did a breakout rant on that. You can find it on our YouTube channel. There's also a link from our ex-Twitter to it, because we tend to think that he is ridiculous. We thought that actually Hank Brennan was toning down on the issue of murder. I think if he goes at it, I think it's a mistake. I don't think the jury ends up compromising on the middle count by rejecting the murder. I think they just reject the murder. There's no indication here that this was a homicide, even if you believe Karen Reed did nick him, John O'Keefe. And that's the new theory of the prosecution. Remember last time they had Trooper Paul. She backed into him going, you know, X miles an hour, and he was thrown 24 feet away or 30-some feet away, did a pirouette and hit the injuries. I don't think Trooper Paul is being called. What's unfair is for the Commonwealth to change the theory, right? Constantly change the theory, because they know they don't have any proof of a direct impact. They know that the issue of the collision is now is really problematic for them, and they knew that last time. And so they changed the theory. I mean, talk about being unfair. And then, of course, the judge allows them to do that, and the law allows them actually to do that. So let me just say good morning to everybody while we're waiting. All of you have been on. I didn't think I could make it to 9:15, and I just barely made it this morning. So I know you were all here waiting. Madeira Beach caregiver. Hi, Madeira Beach caregiver. Yes. Wow. That's some good stuff you're writing there and what you're doing with your computer. Good morning, Denise. Louise P. We haven't any word. We haven't seen anything that there is no court yet. If we see anything from the media relations officer, of course, we will tell you. Whatever the reason was yesterday, and if it is, turns out that somebody was sick, I hope that they're better. Oasis Cat, I mean, I want a whole album of your Justice Served TV music. It is just fabulous, okay? Fabulous. And you'll have my permission to post anything on Justice Served that you've made for it because it's just fabulous. And we have people making things. Joey Kane has made a fluffernutter. I think we're going to be posting that soon. It's hysterical because remember, I've combined DMT Nuttall and Flamenti, and came with fluffernutter. It just came into my mind because the testimony has now helped the prosecution by changing. And now everyone has these admissions that they didn't have in the first trial, or that they never wrote down anywhere, or that the police never heard, and now all of a sudden they've heard. All the stories keep changing. And of course, our great mods are here. Diz is here. Couldn't do without Diz. Couldn't do without Missy Mayhem. Couldn't do without you all. Couldn't do without you all, really. I mean, that's really what happens. Here comes drama. I know you've been active on X this morning as I was finishing something up, trying to rush, and then run over here and get seated for you all. I saw that you were active. Bukhenik is done. Well, do we mean done because he's finished, or he's done? I mean, I thought there was a little bit of a rehab that Hank Brennan did on his redirect, and I think that it was unfair. Obviously, I've said that the judge shut down Alan Jackson with a question. Well, that's it. Are you finished? That's it. And he said, I have a couple more questions. And the judge said, well, you said you had one. Come on. I mean, give me a break. This whole thing. And I didn't start out by being this ranty. I was listening. I thought there was a chance that Karen Read could get convicted of the second count, believe it or not. And I still think that, if a juror or jurors decide they want to avoid what they've seen in terms of problems in this case and just go to Occam's razor, and say that's what we should do, and we should ignore everything else, and we should ignore reasonable doubt. I don't see it. We are 4 weeks into a trial, and we don't have a cause of death. We're 4 weeks into a trial, and we don't have a cause of death. Now, make that make sense, okay? Because the whole idea of the prosecution was to get them to believe that the jury hates Karen Read, and that all of these conspiracy theories don't fit into the package the way they did when the Commonwealth tried the cases they did last time. Now, Hank Brennan is trying, like little clips, like they want you to hate Karen Read. That's what they want you to do, okay? And that's what it comes down to. And love their witnesses. Hi, Joanne. Jetta Platypus, my great handle. Joey Kane, I just mentioned you. Micah, Micah. Hi, Micah. Yeah, I know you've been very active on X. Wasn't that good, Missy? I mean, wasn't that was just fabulous how she does these, the talent in this group, the talent who's here at Justice Served TV, the talent of all you watching is just fabulous, Sky Stars Pitkin. It's going to be a hard day for Karen. Yeah. By the way, if you're watching, please hit that like button and the subscribe. All of you in the chat have subscribed. That gives you the ability to chat. And I know the rest of you do. Last night, we had about half of the people were subscribers and half more. We had so many people that have watched the breakdown last night of Higgins. And we really want to finish the rest. And hopefully we can do that tonight. This is going to be a terrible day for everybody and the children, because this is just, I think it's awful because the Commonwealth and everybody has set, just like in a matrimonial, has set these kids against Karen Read, when all the text to me sounds like she really cared for them. And she would have been out of that relationship earlier had it not been for them. She was trying to make sure they were okay. She was trying to spoil them. That's what John O'Keefe's best friend said. Remember, he's the one that's so believable, the only one that the Commonwealth has called that's absolutely so believable in this case, right? That, he told you that, hey, they were getting along fine. They didn't see any tensions there at that time. And if they did have tensions, it was about the children, because John O'Keefe felt that she was spoiling them. And we know that she felt that she had to take on this responsibility because she felt that he had stepped up and done such a great thing to take the guardianship, but then was ill prepared to take them on. That's what I'm getting. I don't understand all this. She hated the kids and therefore she wanted to get out. I mean, I see this stuff on X. To me, it's just disgustingly bullshit. Okay. Kay Young, hi, watching from the UK. We love the UK. As a matter of fact, Michael and I spent our honeymoon in London. We love the UK so much, and we have very good friends. Dr. Peter Dean, who's was Her Majesty's coroner there. Of course, we have a coroner for anyone else. But you know, in England, the coroners actually are in charge of beluga whales. They're in charge of buried treasure. It's kind of interesting. We inherited their system, but we inherited all the bad parts, but not the good parts. Wouldn't you love a coroner in the United States to say, yes, I'm in charge if there's a beaching of a beluga whale for the caviar, or buried treasure in the Sierra Madre mountains or whatever. Okay. Paula B, good morning, everybody. Hi, my sister is in the chat. Oh, Joan is in the chat. Everyone say hi. Hi, sis. Hi, sis. Hi, sis. I haven't been able to go down and see her because I'm always here with you guys. All right. So, yeah, I'm calling her out. Okay. Don't get mad at me. I love you. I love you. I love you. You know that. Okay. I'll take it down, though, just because I know you're probably embarrassed by now. All right. Riz, okay, Riz, yes, unspoken Riz. That's Bob Bianchi. Have that. Riz, charisma. I have a question. Do you think defense will call Karen's dad to clear up Karen's interrogation, or is that hearsay? I don't think they're going to call Mr. Reed. I think Mr. Reed is so upset, and he's probably so uh, angry is not the word, but so, yeah, that maybe is about how his daughter is being treated and how he's being treated as a result. I think that the prosecution will say he's biased. I just don't think they're going to call him. But you know what? I could get you wrong. Linda, you get your fluff. Okay. I got my fluff. Told you, Joey. I love it. Fluffer nutter. It's great. I mean, I don't know how you did it. And I don't know. Have we reposted it? I saw it when you said, you did it. I just had to crack up. I don't know how you have a meeting. Hey, you want to talk about peanut butter sandwiches? We have Nuttall eating a fluffer nutter. Okay. I don't know. It's great. Sometimes you have to have a little bit of humor in these. Trakisha McNeil, hello. Thank you for joining us this morning. We always appreciate you and appreciate you're calling us out as being a good thing to watch, a good show to watch. Morning chat, John Miller, Micah again. You see Riz. I see you're all talking to each other because you've had such a community. Sam Poop, you're here too. Good morning to you also, right? And GM Laval, Sky Stars Page, Aja Kitty. I don't know if I can go through all of you, but I'm looking at all of you. I'm looking that you're all here, and I'm appreciating you. Right? Absolutely appreciating you. But when I'm not on, we're going to try and run more of Oasis Cat's incredible songs and all, and everything that's happening. And of course, what we have lunch break, Michael Bryant will come on and we will answer questions. And of course, we will have our 6 to 7:30 tonight show, and maybe even longer if it takes us that long to get through the rest of what happened today and Higgins and all that. Sky Stars Page, it's awful. She did care for them. It sucks because kiddos would break my heart seeing them speak. People say she hates the kids. It's crazy talk. I absolutely agree with you. Just crazy talk. And this whole new thing. And people I respect who say, well, this is a domestic violence homicide. I respect people, and yet I don't respect that opinion. We can respect the people, but not respect their opinion. But, I'm willing to have them on to talk about it. One thing about Justice Serve TV is we'd like all points of view here. We just don't like people to be nasty or at you or that type of conduct. We want a true and honest discussion. Okay. Brooklyn, why are the kids giving a victim impact statement against Karen Reed? She was not found guilty yet. Well, it's not really a victim impact. He's getting them in under the guise that they can talk about the relationship. I think if you go back to the last trial, one of the things was she was, mean kind of stepmommy type to do it and let them have a certain type of food that they wanted. But, and again, this whole fits into Hank Brennan's, the Commonwealth's theory that this was a DV, okay? Wow. To make it count, did you get all the storms here? We're getting them right now. As a matter of fact, poor Tubi is going out with his favorite dog walker, Taylor. Taylor, who because I'm on here, takes Tubi out for a long period of time. But I hope today they're going to go have croissants at the diner. Yes, Tubi, by the way, is service dog trained for a number of reasons, for a number of things. And yes, we take him everywhere, and Taylor takes him everywhere, and they look forward to having Tubi. He's a really great customer. And here in New York City, actually, you can take your pup into a Starbucks, and they will give them a pup cup, which is a pup cup of whipped cream. You just can go in and ask for a pup cup with your dog, and they'll give them a pup cup of whipped cream. And of course, Tubi loves that. He'll just sit there with that perfect posture and have his pup cup. Okay, Joanne, there you are again. I just have to say your name again because I love it so much. Joanne Jetta Platypus. I'm so glad my Bo Peeps are here, as well as my new friends. This is your new home. Yes, you're building a community, and we want you to build a community. And some days we may just run the trial and let you all talk and build your community, and without me speaking to you right now. Louise P. Love Linda and her rants. Yeah, we'll see. I had a couple of them yesterday. They're all posted on X, and they're all on our YouTube page. I definitely had one about, the judge's treatment of Alan Jackson. It had a number of other things in it, so you have to go watch it. There's a longer one, there's a shorter one, and then we had another kind of like a little ranty thing last night. It's not really not a rant. This was not a Linda's rant. It was a Michael and a Linda's rant, so to speak, about the stupidity of not giving us a press pass. Although Michael Bryant now is ignoring it, he is going into the buffer zone. We can't go in the courtroom and be in the randomizer because we don't have the pass. But I think because he sued him, and remember that suit, the First Circuit got tired of waiting around for anyone to do anything, right? So what the federal courts have ordered yesterday that Cannoni and the Commonwealth had 48 hours to make the buffer zone constitutional. And if not, they were going to step in, and I think they were just going to undo the whole thing, just undo it. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. I mean, you can go right down here at 100 Center Street, biggest courthouse in the world for having celebrities and everything going on. Your buffer zone is like nothing. It's like nothing, it's ridiculous. Okay. Amelia Walsh, I am listening on headphones while getting my housework done, so not going to be chat. Sometimes I try to put my AirPods on, which I seem to have misplaced. I started with 3 pairs, I was down to 2, and now I'm down to maybe 1, which is up at the cabin. Okay. Look at that, Missy Joan. My sister's getting a heart, from Missy Mayhem also. So anyhow, that's what we're doing. So Donnie, just Donnie, are they part pirate? By the way, is that because Missy's also talking about Missy should have Pixie on. Pixie is a parrot, sits on her left shoulder, I think, right, Missy, when we see it? Yes, a parrot. Say, look at this. Hi, sis. See what a community this is? Oasis Cat. We love Joan. Everyone's saying hi, sis. Look at this, Joan. You're like a TV star here, okay? You're like a TV star. Everyone went through my worry about my sister when she had her surgery last year, as you know, and they were all worried about you. The community is all worried about you. So the community has now adopted you, as you know, and all. And if I'm passing you by, it's not because I don't want you. We have almost 500 of you already on, and the case hasn't even started yet. John Miller, Karen said in a text with Higgins that she became close with John's niece, and it was a messed up situation. I believe Karen would have broken off. I agree with you. And I think that she was searching. She knew, look, she's talking about buying a house in Tiverton. She really wanted to be on the beach, right? She's not talking about having a permanent relationship with him. She knows that wasn't going to happen, okay? It's just how this gets twisted, and how the Commonwealth obviously can convince jurors that this is twisted. I really do feel like it can be a matrimonial case where things get twisted, right? But I blame the Commonwealth for it, and more importantly, I blame the judge, because she knows that a lot of these witnesses have lied on the stand. That's my words, okay? I will say prevaricated. I'll say stretch the truth. She knows that has happened. because she saw the first trial. But instead of coming down on the Commonwealth and Hank Brennan, she comes down on the defense. That's usual, by the way, in courts. We're used to it as defense attorneys, but usually in a high-profile case, you try to see there's usually some type of a judge trying to not revert back to being the Scorpio on the back of the turtle, right? They try to keep it even. Although, look, I've been in a lot of high-profile cases. I feel the same way. The judges, I always say, should come off the bench and sit with the prosecution team. They think they are prosecutors. Okay, they think they are prosecutors. Amber Rains, hello from Mississippi. Well, hello there, Mississippi. My husband had to go lecture there once when we were first dating, and I went with him. There was a gigantic casino in Mississippi. That was before I actually started playing poker, so I think it was a missed opportunity, right? Uh, uh, Louise P. is Mr. Reed testifying. I just don't think that. Arca is my favorite. I see you in a new color every day, and you look great in all of them. I wish I had that ability. Thank you so very much. This is actually, because I know you like fashion and all, and we talk. This is actually from Amazon. I haven't had time really. I'm a big one for the Amazon deal of the day, and sometimes you can get things for like $9.99 that are 100% like this is 100% cotton, and it's just fabulous, and it looks fabulous, and I can dress it up or dress it down. So you don't have to go buy the Supreme, which is the clothes that the sweatshirt that Erica was working on, that Erica wore. Well, let me go back. Okay, last night we did the show. Remember Erica, who we're trying to get on? She was in the buffer zone. She was wearing sweatshirts, talking about Norfolk County being, bad, right? That they were criminals. Norfolk run by criminals. It's a Microdots merch. Okay, I'm gonna push you there. Go to see Microdots merch. Okay, Richie does all those incredible videos that we have used. He has become a friend of ours in that he has allowed us to wear. Oh, I see we're going to court. Us to use his videos. Well, we're going into court, but take a look at it because it's based on the Supreme, which is a brand, very expensive T-shirt that they did, and how they made her take that off in the buffer zone is beyond me. But let's go into court and let's listen. I'm going to go behind my 2B avatar, but I'm watching with you. Well, I'm unmuting because I'm watching with you, but obviously, nothing is happening. I think that's John O'Keefe's father, isn't it? That's there. I can't see what the logo is on his shirt that he is wearing. So, yeah, we'll see what's happening as I look here. So. Here comes Draw said they think the kids took about an hour last time. Yeah, my recollection was I thought it was a half an hour, but it may have been half an hour per child. I'm not sure, but whatever it is, I'm sure the defense is not going to. I don't think they did. I don't think the defense crossed them last time, but I could be confused on that. I just don't remember because how are you going to cross kids? How are you going to cross kids like that? Madeira Beach caregiver, thank you. 135 viewers. Now we have 460 because of people like you. How many likes? I'll donate $1 for added likes right now. Start counting. Oh my gosh, Madeira Beach, added likes. So come on, I can't see the likes here on my platform, but come on, you all can see it. Madeira Beach is going to donate $1 per likes per likes right now, okay? Per like. So let's get to it, all right? Whoa. Wow, let's get absolutely to it. Jacqueline Mitchell, Linda's rants brought me to Justice Served. Thank you. I mean, I try to rant professionally, but even when I'm own trial teams, I try to be very professional. But if somebody goes off on somebody, we can do a rant. It's sometimes you need it to get someone's attention and bring them into where you're going. All right. Or you rally your team behind what just happened in a courtroom that's wrong. So they feel the same passion that you do. Because sometimes when something goes wrong in a courtroom, people get depressed or members of the team get upset. And you've got to rally them. I mean, they call me mom in all my cases. If you ever read Jose Baez's books, they called me, it's not mother. It's not mother. They call me mom because I'm like the mom of the whole group when we try cases, and to get everybody going. And sometimes, of course, it doesn't work. Sometimes you have conflicts. Sometimes you have disagreements in any trial team. But whatever you do, you want that trial team to be up. You want them to be emotionally up. And you want them to say, let's go get them for our client. All right. Let's go at it for our client and all. And forget what just happened. And we're one, when we try cases with every team I've ever been in, we go right at the judge. I mean, I think I've told you stories where I told you the story, certainly, and I try to use the Hernandez case only because it was Massachusetts. And by the way, for all these people that talk about the plexiglass here being new, they did that in Hernandez too. That's how they do it in Massachusetts. They must have a memo that goes out and says, put the victim's clothes. Well, they don't want they don't want the blood stains and all to be touched by anyone. But they also don't need to put it in plexiglass to have that happen, right? Because in Hernandez, we had when we went up to see the clothes, I found an exit wound in the shirt, which was extremely important as to how the bullet trajectory went. So you always have to, if your attorney, go see the clothes. So once that was behind, and it's very, very tiny, but once it was behind plexiglass, we had to rely on the photographs of it because the jurors couldn't see it. They really don't take it into the jury room. My belief, it's just for show and tell. Look at the clothes the victim was wearing, right? And how they will show the rips and tears in the clothes. Yeah, it's they're going to have to go by the photographs. That's exactly what it is. And if they want to see the clothes, if they do want to see the clothes, I guess they can ask them to be taken out. Now, in California, by the way, you can't have anything with body fluids in the courtroom unless there's a specific exception that has to be asked. For instance, if there's a gun and the jury wants to see the gun and it had some blood spatter on it, they can ask, but to see that. But the general rule is that nothing with bodily fluids comes in. It's ridiculous because by the time these clothes get to court, there's no transmission of any disease from these clothes. I mean, this whole thing of putting on one pair of gloves and then touching everything is just for show and tell. Now, maybe you want to put on one pair of gloves. You don't want to have any bacteria, and even if it's not going to be harmful to you. But you certainly, this is not for forensic purposes, because forensic purposes, you'd have to have a sterile glove, you'd have to put it on from the top, then you'd have to take it off every time you touch something else because you don't want to transfer DNA on anything. I mean, the way you see things being handled now, if DNA were an issue in this case, you probably couldn't really do anything because it's been in the courtroom with 2 trials, it's been handled so improperly, so absolutely improperly. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we have, just so you know, on the viewers, and thank you, Materia Beach Caregiver. We are live, and the stats become weird on who's watching, but yes, but in terms of the likes, just keep hitting them, and we'll worry about the stats afterwards. Poor Madeira Beach, she has been so great, and you are, Madeira Beach, if I may, you work in hospice, right? You're a hospice nurse. That's my understanding, correct? And if my recollection is that was on the other night. And if you are one of God's children to work in that. Whoever works in hospice is actually one of God's children, right? is incredible. It's just an incredible work, so needed and so loved by any member of the family who has anybody who's ever been in hospice or is in hospice. So um, whether you were the one, and I think you were, or not, I want to thank everybody who works in any type of situation like that, because the families could not do without you. And I say that from actually the bottom of my heart. So let's take a look again, and we're going to keep this up. Madeira Beach is donating $1 for any additional likes over that 135. Okay. My sister, by the way, said thank you. I'm not going to post you, Joni, because um, we want to keep Madeira Beach's generosity up there right now. Joey Kane, by the way, I will say, gifted one Justice Serve TV membership. Joey, not only do you gift that, but obviously you gift your time and all, just like so many of you do here. And we're glad that this community, it has so many people and coming to us as we stream. As you know, we are only about 6 months young in terms of when we really started getting our feet in this. But and Joey Kane gifted another membership. It's really because of all of you. If we didn't have all of you here, there was no point of us speaking to ourselves, right? As I said yesterday, we try to transmit the knowledge we have learned in all the years that we have. Well, that means we're old, right? And all the years we have practiced and all, because if we can't transmit the knowledge we know, what good is it? Now, some people are upset with us because they think we can't read. No, we're pro-Constitution. Prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so they're coming out now again. So now, as the court's coming in, we'll see the fan as the jury comes in. And as soon as they start, obviously they've resolved whatever it is, or whatever motions have been made at sidebar. I mean, I would have made one with Alan Jackson about how he was treated the other day and asked for a mistrial, which he would have denied. But just to get it on the record there. Let's see.
Only fan,
Oh,
only
yeah.
fan, only
Right.
fan.
Yeah. So Kathy Bennis, I love your rants. Thank you very much. We're going to keep doing them. If I see a rant today, we'll deal with it. We will have one. And if I don't, we'll wait, because I don't want to make them like there's something that's just like we just do them on anything. We do them because I really get pissed as to what I am seeing in the courtroom. Menendez, we should talk about that tonight. Lisa Muller, I'll put that on the list to talk tonight. We should do a little Menendez update. We have so much to talk about. Maybe at the end of the week on Friday, we're going to do a whole update with you. We're going to do a whole update with your questions and answers, hopefully on Friday, with a bunch of stuff. We had a lot of stuff happen in Weinstein, the Diddy trial. A lot of things happened. Cassie was on the stand yesterday. Weinstein had one of the witnesses who was actually plummeted by the defense, who happened to have her diary. I don't know how they got that, and it really was exculpatory, that diary, to Weinstein. She's not somebody who was named as a victim, but they brought her in again under under the rule of you could have other witnesses who may have experienced the same thing. It's the reason why the trial got reversed, by the way. So I don't know what the prosecutor is doing there, if the prosecutor wants to get a conviction. So, but we'll put Menendez. Maybe we can talk about it at lunch if we have a chance to, because I could have gone either way with it. I do believe in redemption. I don't really these life sentences for everything, but that was a pretty bad. The killing of the mother was pretty bad when one of the kids went in, and at that time kids reloaded. I think it was Lyle who reloaded and went in and wasn't it Lyle? Yeah, and killed the mom. All right. So, but remember, it's only gives them the opportunity to get parole. I think they will get parole. They're considered a moderate risk. But then again, one never knows what will happen. But the families are all behind them. So if the families are behind them getting out, and they seem to have, people that are 20 and people that are 60 are two different sets of people, I believe, especially if you've been in prison. So I'm a big one for redemption. and having parole for people. Although I could have gone either way on this case. I would have supported whatever decision was made. So, but we can talk about why that is and how I feel that way and what your feelings are, Lisa. Okay. But we'll do it in more depth. Okay. To making a count, Louise, is it ever so silly? And with a younger jury, it's likely I'll find Karen or John's behavior is relatable and reminiscent of situations they've been in. Now, I think the younger jury helps the defense in this case. I think the texting helps the defense. I think the understanding what the text means, because that's how people communicate. Have you ever been in cars with somebody who's younger? They're in the backseat of your car. They're not talking. They're texting to each other. Right there, right? And I think that the younger jury does help understand. They understand hookups. They understand relationships. They understand that things, you're not moving in with somebody and it's permanent. I agree with you. I think the defense got what they wanted with the younger jury. And I think the women will relate. And I think, even the men will relate. Look at Michael Bryant last night. He said Higgins was looking for sex, right? I mean, and then they were scoping each other out, and maybe she decided it was not good with him. Remember she went to see him at his house. Maybe she decided, but she then started ghosting him and all. But but she knew she was looking for other alternatives, and maybe when she's leaving, she also wants to validate herself because she sees what happened in Aruba. I mean, I see all these behaviors, but I don't see them as behaviors that indicate that it's a motive for murder. I just don't. Okay. I mean, if you had the prosecution, I am going to ask you all this. If the prosecution had just said, look, she was drunk. She didn't even know at one point that she had gone to 34 Fairview. She backed up, nicked him, or whatever the word they're using, didn't realize it, and went home. And that's our theory. That's our theory that this was a DWI, right? This was a DWI hit and run. That's what this case, the prosecution should have tried. Could they have gotten a conviction there? You tell me. They first have to prove a collision, which I don't think they can prove. That's the problem. But I think they would have been better off just trying a DWI case, hit and run. DWI case, hit and run. This is like if you read in the paper, somebody was walking along the side of the street, obviously hit by a drunk driver, right? And left the scene of the accident, and they're looking for the drunk driver, right? That's what this case is. The prosecution has made this case, in my opinion, into something it's not. And so I don't see it. I don't see a proof beyond reasonable doubt here. And I see a lot of other problems, right, that are going on. A lot of absolute other problems that are going on in this case with regard to the witnesses. And the prosecution's opened themselves up for that. I mean, you could have all sorts of theories, right? Anyone have a Webster's dictionary that we can look up the word theory, right? You can have all sorts of theories about how this happened. But if there's problems in terms of proving collision, the Commonwealth has to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the first issue. And they're trying to get around doing that. They're trying to get around. Can you imagine being in the fourth week of trial, not having cause of death? You're not calling your medical examiner from the state. You're not calling your state forensic pathologist. You're not calling the government. We know it's from the DOJ, forensic pathologist. You're calling some doctor who runs a clinic for brain surgery, gamma ray surgery in Florida. Talking about trying to get around your own medical examiner. And if I'm the defense, I am making a big effing deal about that, okay? Really, really big about that, all right? So I don't know if the doctor from and I'm going to call him the gamma ray surgeon. I don't even want to, he's a doctor and all, but the gamma ray surgeon has, in my regard, decided to come into this case, decided to accept the assignment from Hank Brennan, decided to accept the assignment from the Commonwealth, and so he deserves whatever rancor he gets if he gets on the stand and makes these leaps that only a medical examiner could make. Remember, in the state of Massachusetts, the gamma ray surgeon from Florida who runs that clinic would not be able to sign a cause of death certificate for John O'Keefe, would not be able to sign a death certificate. Why? Because he's not a treating doctor and he's not the medical examiner. So he wouldn't even be able to do that. But we'll see what he does do. Now, the defense knows what the reports are. One of the things here, we don't know what's in the reports. And boy, You know, I go crazy here because you know me. I try cases, I put together the cases. I love the discovery. I want to read the reports, every single last word. I want to find any discrepancy. I want to find anything that's helpful. And I don't have the reports, and it's killing me as an attorney because I want to be in there reading what they're reading so I can give you an even better evaluation than I can give you by listening. Okay. Riz said the other day John's brother was leaning way over and he can't now because he's blocked. That dude bothers me. Yeah, there was a clip being shown. Remember, he got moved to the back row and to the left because there were some issues, and the judge called the families into her chambers. Remember that a couple of weeks ago? And then the other day there was a look like, and they've moved. By the way, you see, Alessi is now at the rail too. You know, they've got even more people between him and Karen Reed and Alan Jackson. But Alan Jackson got up and he gave Alan Jackson this stare and gave Karen Reed this stare. And it's because this courtroom is so small, I guess, teeny weeny weeny. But the setup is not great. That's really not a great setup. Plus, when you're trying to speak to your client, you don't know who can hear you right there, and all. It's just a terrible, terrible setup. And I think that yeah. Does he hate her because he believes that she killed his brother? Sure. I mean, we understand that emotion, okay? But it's the court responsibility to make sure that emotion is kept in check and no way affects the defense team, okay? In no way affects the defense team, okay? Disney World, thank you again for joining us. Erica's my kryptonite, and too unique and say they're LOL. Everyone puts Paul in the corner. Well, you know, it is what it is, but he's worked himself into the corner. Absolutely. Okay, it looks like you know, and I try to give families a pass, by the way. When I'm in court, I treat them with great respect. But let's see. We hear the jury. I think they're coming in. When they come in and sit down, they start. I will go behind Tubi, Avatar, but I will be here watching with you so I can break in if there is a sidebar. All of you, keep coming. Keep coming, all of you. Yes. Joey.
Your Excellency, has any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk.
Okay.
Lieutenants, and you shall
Madeira
be heard.
Beach, doubling down. Okay, $1 for each new subscriber. Doubling down, Madeira Beach. You're wonderful. You're so generous. All right, I'm going to go behind the
again,
Tubi avatar.
Council. Good morning again.
Here we go with the 3 questions.
So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember, I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or should. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
May I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce 2 clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's innuendo here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
Okay. By the way, Joey Kane gifted another membership to us, and we have new members. Yes, we do. 3 new members. It's so great. So, we're not, the court prohibited even the names from being mentioned. And of course, we know that they're calling Kaylee, who was the young woman, the juvenile, who we heard screaming on the phone that night with Karen Reed when, she's trying to find John because he didn't come home. Okay. So the court has entered, just so you know, an order last week that said that you can't, people are in the courtroom, but you can't tape it. So there's no taping of cameras. You can't stream it or whatever. So if you're in the courtroom, you're in the courtroom, but you're not going to show it. And so we'll have to wait for some reporters after to come out and just indicate, as they indicated in the past, what some of the high points were. And just the one that stuck out of my mind was the issue of the she's like a mean stepmom because she wouldn't let me have what I wanted to have. But Kaylee, in all fairness, was the young woman screaming, screaming, because the one thing Karen Reed did say is that John always came home, and so always came home. But I have to ask you, those 2 clips, and I'm going to watch the chat on this, those 2 clips, I thought the sound was a little bit weird on those clips, okay? I thought the sound was not just a little weird, quite weird. Excuse me while I get a sip of my Dunkin' in my Justice Served TV cup, because this is that way I don't make it fall over. And that's why the family are all there. You see. By the way, Oasis Cat answered. There was a question from all of you: how old are the children? And it's believed they are the young lady, Kaylee, is 17 years old, who they just name was said in court. So I'm going to repeat it. And because we also know the name because it was mentioned in the testimony. So, that's that to me, I understand not filming them. I understand all that, but we know who they are. Okay. And no matter what happens here, no matter what happens, the clips are the kids are they're victims no matter what. They're victims of losing their parents. Can you imagine? They lost their mother to the cancer, then they lost the father to a heart attack, all within the same year, and then they go to live with John O'Keefe, and then they lose him. They lose Karen if they were close to her before. The theory, that she killed him is bent into their heads. It seemed to me that if I believed the best friend of John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, spoiled the kids. That's what he said. Okay, spoiled the kids, and all. But so talk to me all about what you just heard in those 2 ID clips. I want you to talk to me. Yes, I'm reading you. I'm up to date. Okay. And what you heard in the clips, and whether you think the clips are relevant. Now, remember, where did we last leave off at this trial? Okay. We last left off at Dr. Yuri Bukhenik. And I say that because the judge allowed Yuri Bukhenik, who didn't know what the word theory was, okay, wanted a Webster's dictionary, to testify on redirect about the cause and manner of death, okay? Basically. And when I say the manner of death, because when you say that I believe he was hit by a car, the only thing he didn't say, I believe he was hit by a 6,000-pound black SUV driven by Karen Reed. But that's basically what he was saying. I believe after I had to go to the hospital to see the wounds myself. Well, no, you don't. Okay. The body goes to the medical examiner who sees the wounds. You don't have to go to the hospital to see the wounds yourself. Okay, Yuri Bukhenik. That's what he testified. And after that, I changed my opinion from he was hit in the face by a glass to he was hit by an automobile, that it was a car strike. All right. And the judge allowed him to do that, despite the whole first trial, where she wouldn't even allow ARCA people who were hired by the DOJ, the biomechanical engineer, and she wouldn't allow not only ARCA people, and then Dr. Rensler, who was the accident reconstructionist. Thank you, Joanne Jetta Platypus, for your gifted Justice Served TV membership. Thank you very much. And she wouldn't allow them to talk about anything related to the manner or the cause of death, right? Because they had to be a member, you had to be a doctor, to opine, and a medical professional to opine on the injuries and what caused them, all right? I think that's the better value. I mean, simply, yeah. Although I always keep repeating Bob Dylan, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. You don't need to have anything more than a brain in your head to see that arm on John O'Keefe and say, that doesn't look like something in an automobile accident where you're outside and get hit by a car. That simply doesn't look like that. But it does look to me like that could be dog bites and dog scratches, especially those linear marks. Errol Glee, answering my question, believes the clips have no impact on this case. I saw somebody else go past, and it went past really quickly, that the clips are going to come back to bite Hank Brennan in the proverbial tushy. ARCA is my kryptonite. I think the clips humanize Karen. I do too. I mean, I don't see a problem. The one clip that they really wanted to get out early on and have the jury hit it was a clip where she was talking about Peg O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's mom, and where Peg O'Keefe said words to, she said Peg O'Keefe came in and then she imitated and said, and she said it looks like he's been hit by a car, or boom, 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 and she imitated her voice. The problem with that was when Peg O'Keefe was on the stand, that's exactly how she sounded. And then she also admitted that, I wanted to know what the heck she's doing here. Karen Reed, Karen Reed was living with John and taking care of the kids. Why shouldn't she be at the hospital? I mean, quite frankly, imagine this. Imagine if Karen Reed didn't go to the hospital and didn't have concern and wasn't upset, right? What would the Commonwealth say? They say she cold stone, blooded killer, right? Because she shows no emotion. She wasn't upset. Now they're going to use the emotion to say, well, she's upset because she knows she killed him. So this is why I hate courtroom proceedings, because everything gets twisted. And this is why, in the back of my card that I will hand people, it has your Miranda rights. And I said, if you get stopped by the police, just hand them this. Don't talk to them, all right? Don't talk to them, because everything you say can get twisted, right? Gets twisted in a courtroom if they want to go after you. I think Karen Reed, obviously, she doesn't have to testify now. She's explained, supposedly the Commonwealth saying she had 9 drinks. Look, everybody was drinking that night. Everybody. It seems to me that the one thing in Canton is if you're a police officer or you're going to the bars with the cops, you better learn how to have a hollow leg, because they all were drinking. Look at the testimony we looked at from Higgins from the last trial. He was drinking there. He was having whiskeys. He's having whiskeys at the house. Then he goes home and he has more whiskeys. He called it something else, but basically whiskey. I mean, he was having hard ass drinks, right? I mean, if I have a half a glass of champagne, you can find me sleeping on the floor, because I just can't drink, even though I love high end champagne. I'm allergic to wine, so I don't drink wines. I certainly don't drink like hard liquor. And if I drank like these people drank, I'd probably have to go get my liver pumped out or something like that. They all drank, and the cops all drink and drive, and the cops drink on duty. We heard the Canton audit report. They drink on duty. I mean, I can't believe what I'm hearing. So I think we can understand. Why there's such a winter of discontent in Canton, in Dedham, in Staunton. We know for Staunton, right? We know Staunton because of Sandra Birchmore, and we know Canton because of all this, and all because the Canton police also investigated, was also involved. The Cantons, I shouldn't say the police, the Canton, Massachusetts State Police assigned to Canton, were involved in the Sandra Birchmore case. We know all this. Well, we only know it because we've come here as outsiders through this case, which only became known through Dr. Turboy. Okay, Sam Poop, is it true that if you voluntarily go talk to the police, they don't have to Mirandize you and may later use words against you? Yeah, if you go voluntarily talk to them, they can use anything against you, okay? The only issue may be is if they knew that you were a suspect and you were just talking to them and they didn't advise you of your rights. But they can, if they advise, they can say, what they'll usually say there is they'll say, well, you weren't a suspect when you came in and talked to us. You became a suspect after you spoke to us. How many times have we heard that, right? So, yeah, everything comes in. And I'm not sure, there's very few cases that Miranda actually works anymore, because there's probably more exceptions to it that the courts have found than actual holding up of Miranda. But the one thing is sure is if you know your Miranda rights and you know you don't have to talk to police, you can just zip it, all right? And that's the good thing. It's always everyone's desire. They think they can talk out of the things, they can talk out of tickets, and sometimes they can. And I'm going to point you to the case of Brian Koberger. He was stopped for a traffic ticket, right? All right. And he talked himself out of that traffic ticket with a female cop. I think he was manipulative and all, and I think you saw his manipulation, but he decided that he would be better off by talking because he was smarter than them. He could get around them, and he did. But usually that does not work. Usually that simply does not work, okay? Disney Nerd 85 has a theory about Peg. I like to use the word theory a lot because of Yuri Bukhenik, as you know. By the way, let's remember, when Yuri Bukhenik was so recalcitrant on that stand at the beginning and said he's a theory, he was in the Marines for 6 years. For 3 years, if I recall, he was assigned to the Presidential Protection Detail Force on a helicopter. And he gets on the stand, and all of a sudden he speaks English. And I gave him a break on a couple words because English is his third language. I gave him a break on colloquialism and all sorts of stuff. Because we've seen some people in this trial who don't, have the same knowledge we have. I didn't give Yuri a break about saying he didn't know what a theory was when he just had used it in the sentence. And I didn't give the woman from the lab a break when sheer responsibility is to do the retrograde extrapolation on blood serum, and she didn't know what hematocrit was. Give me a break about that. So I didn't give her a break. I mean, I think that's outrageous. But Disney Nerd 85, one of our mods, in my opinion, I think that's Peg O'Keefe, didn't like Karen because she lost custody of the kids to John, and Karen treated those kids so well. Yeah, I think there was animosity there, clearly, because she didn't know at that time that the state was going to charge Karen Reed with the death of John. She didn't know that, right? So the animosity was there beforehand. The animosity was there beforehand. Now, let me remind you all, if you're just tuning in, of what's happening in that courtroom. The two children who lost their parents and who John O'Keefe took on guardianship for, apparently in a disagreement possibly with his mother, Peg, the two children are testifying. We know that the young girl is on the stand, the girl whose voice we heard screaming in pain that morning for her dad because the dad didn't come home. We've heard her pain, and that pain does not go away. And no matter what she's going to say, we all know that she's had all these years now of being, turned against Karen Read. So, but you have to give her a break no matter what it is. You just have to. And I'm sure we're going to get reports from someone in the courtroom as to how the testimony went and what was said. But no matter what, they're victims in the case of everything. They're victims of the circumstances. They're victims of other people's misfortune. They're victims of the prosecutor. They're victims of being young in a situation that it will affect them for the rest of their life, no matter what the outcome. So, as we thought the court was going to last week, I had thought that Hank Brennan thought that Yuri would be finished on Friday. This is my theory, and I think I'm sticking to it, and I truly believe it. Didn't realize that Yuri, by being so obstreperous, and I'm probably going to need a dictionary to look that up if I talk to Yuri about that word, and being so recalcitrant, and being so defiant, and being so, I won't even admit my name is Yuri, type testimony, would have extended it so that he went into Monday. Hank Brennan's plan, and I know this because there was an media advisory last week, that when the children get on the stand, you can't show them, you can't tape them, you can't audio their voice, nothing to that effect, okay? And that's why we're on with the fans here in the light. Right? That Hank Brennan's plan was that Yuri would finish up, and that at the end of the day on Friday, he would bring the two children in, and that he let them testify, and in dealing with his Broadway production, because I've told you that trials are produced by the attorneys, right? They have certain people they want to end with on Friday, begin with on Monday. He'd bring those kids in to end on Friday, let the jury feel totally sorry for them, and in some way transmit that to hating of Karen Read, and let the jury go home all week with that. And it just didn't work out that way. Now, the problem you have, of course, is that the kids also then become more victims, right? Because they're ready to testify on Friday. Now they have to wait the week. Are they testifying on Monday? Then are they going to testify on Tuesday, which was a plan, and then unavoidable, apparently, things happened, or as we like to say professionally in the business, shit happens, right? That the court couldn't deny that the court was adjourned for the day. Probably it was known earlier than we got the media advisory. Probably was known really early, because I think that the kids were there. Apparently were seen coming in, but it still was known pretty early because they had to stop the jurors from coming into court. All right. And so then they go and they think they're going to testify, and the trauma and emotion of that. And then finally they get to testify. So the kids become a victim in the scheduling. Instead of waiting and saying, okay, maybe even the day before we're ready to put them on, the Commonwealth had this plan, and it backfired. It backfired in terms of productions. And yes, we always try to leave the jury with a good, if we're on the fence, with a good cross exam that we're doing to get the sting out of what the prosecution's doing. And if you're the prosecution, you're always trying to leave the jury with something that's effective for you. And that's why when I say there is a search for justice, yes, there's a search for justice, but good attorneys know that that search for justice can be produced, all right? And that you better, if you're going to represent your client, you better be aware of that. You better be aware of what the other side is doing so that you can try to counter it in some way. But if you think that people are just getting on the stand haphazardly and there's no plan for how people are called in a trial, you are wrong, okay? You're absolutely wrong. And that's what's going on. And that's why Hank Brennan is in the fourth week of trial without a cause of death, right? Or a manner of death, because he wanted to start with this kind of scattered, and you think about that jury sitting there. We know this case inside out. Why? We've sat through 2 trials. We've watched 2 trials. And then we watched months of motions in between and the parties being in court. This jury there is supposed to know nothing about the case. And if they know anything about the case, they can put it aside and be fair. So we don't know if there's a stealth juror on there or not, but that's a different issue. So, so when Hank Brennan is trying this case scattered, what's the feeling they're getting? That you got this drunk woman who left somebody in the snow by hitting him, and she was involved in having a text relationship with somebody. Now, did you all see the Sally Port videos that were played the other day? I want to know before I discuss them. Let me wait to see if I see them right at all. Let's see. Let me look at your comments right now. Okay. All right. Joanne Jetta Platypus said, Yuri needs a pocket thesaurus and a pocket constitution. Well, funny you say that about the Constitution, as I'm waiting for your answers about whether you saw them. I see most of you saw the Sally Port. And you saw the inverted Sally Port video yesterday also? Paula B. and Discworld Edge. Funny that you mentioned the Constitution and Yuri needing it, because remember, according to him, Michael Proctor, now disgraced fired trooper who was in charge of the investigator as a lead investigator, that Yuri won't even say the word lead investigator, had a First Amendment constitutional right to say what he said about Karen Reed. You can't make this up, okay? You can't make this up. Okay, so everything is, everyone seems to have indicated that they did see the videos. Now, let's go back to trial number 1. In trial number 1, remember, I was actually still anchoring at that point 1 day a week, in addition to my law practice for law and crime. And I happened to be on the stand when Yuri Bukhenik had testified. And I thought, well, he's testifying on direct pretty well. I mean, he's got everything down and he looked good, and wow. And then when I came back, I think I was doing 2 days in a row that somebody was sick and I was covering for somebody. Came back, and Alan Jackson's crossing, and he's crossing a while. He's not right off the bat. And in the middle of the cross, I see all of you saw the videos. Okay, this is good. In the middle of the cross on the first trial, all of a sudden, Alan Jackson said, but you've been sitting here, and Yuri Bukhenik, those videos are, and I'm summarizing, inverted, right? They're backwards. And the reason why it was important is because Yuri Bukhenik sat on the stand the whole first day and said that the car was secure and that no one had touched the right taillight. And they went and they circled the right taillight of Karen Reed's car and showed how no one went near it and all. And then it turns out that Jackson said, and they're inverted. And he showed how they were inverted. And then when you put them the right way, you had everybody near that right taillight at some point, including Michael Proctor, right? And that was a big wow moment in the trial. That was a big wow moment in the trial, okay? At that time, because it showed that indeed everything that the prosecution had said about the car being secure and not having to be able to be accessed to get the parts was, by the way, I'm comfortable here sitting on my sofa. So if you see, that's my knee, okay? Get comfortable, have a cup of coffee with us. Everyone, it was like a big wow. Here, now we know that the videos were inverted, but supposedly because the lens was put in upside down. To me, it didn't. I just think it didn't have as much of an effect, and yet the defense is able to get in that the right taillight was not secured, and all. So. Joey King, grab a coffee. Actually, who was the singer? Mandy Patinkin, who sings coffee in a cardboard cup. So get yourself a coffee, right? I actually have as you know, I run on Dunkin'. I have my Dunkin'. This is my vice. I'll take a little sip of it now. Kind of fitting that Dunkin' was started right near where the courthouse is. The first Dunkin' Donuts, and you can look it up. When we were in Hernandez, we went to see it. Was started in Massachusetts, right near where the courthouse is right now. Okay. Riz says the camera tapes it backwards. That's also a lie. Also, how did the defense get the right? All right. Well, the defense had somebody look at it. You know, what's interesting to me is the way that came out. Alan Jackson is always prepared, but it almost came out like they didn't realize it until they were played, and then somebody saw them. Right? They didn't realize they were played. There was somebody saw them. Micah says Mandy Patinkin is an amazing actor. Yes, he is. Go see if you can find his coffee in a cardboard cup. I think he talks about it when the police sitting in a car and they have coffee and it's in a cardboard cup. Okay. So yeah, we all need caffeine. I definitely need caffeine. I do have a caffeine. Caffeine, I guess caffeine could be my alcohol, or maybe it's just Dunkin' Donuts sweet original iced coffee. Oh, so bad for you too. It's so much sugar. All right. But let me look at some of your comments with regard to this. ARCA is my favorite. The number one piece of evidence that I always go back to is the 5 a.m. video showing Karen leaving her red taillight cover is not missing like Hank showed in the picture. I agree with you. All right, I agree with you. I don't know, did we show all these, Joanne? Yes, we did show, and Joanne Jetta Platypus gifted another serve. And I'm going to go back to Madeira Beach again because she doubled down on the subscribers. All of you are just so generous who come to this channel. And we try to embrace you. And if we do anything that you think is offensive, please send us a private email, okay? And we will try to remedy it, okay? We did have, and I'm being straight with you and honest with you, we did have somebody who thought that it was too juvenile, that we were playing like clips and funny clips when the testimony was boring. And so we took them out. We listened to you. We tried to listen, but you have to remember our mods are sitting here 8 to 12 hours a day, right? And sometimes just like, oh, I don't know what happened with the fan there. Oh, the fan is having a little bit of a problem. Just like everybody else. And the police do this too. When you hear them laughing at a murder scene, you need to like vent a little bit. And so if we do something, I know you all like the baby of John Lewin, right? If we mention Lewin, the baby comes up. Especially Michael Bryant's here. I'm not going to do it right now because I think this is too serious for having the children on the stand. But we vent that. And my cousin Vinny, are you sure? Sure, I guess it was sure, and some things. But we're trying to do that less and less, especially when you have something very serious on. This is a gallows humor. Well, the cops have gallows humor. I mean, and that's why a lot of times when they play a tape, by the way, of a scene, let me just tell you, when they play a tape of a scene, the sound is off because they're talking, and a lot of time there is gallows humor. All right. And as a defense attorney, if you ever get those videos, sometimes you got to go ask for the original one to hear what they may have been saying. All right. Just like I've told you that I thought that, and it probably didn't exist anymore, the transmission tapes from the rig and the emergency vehicle to the hospital should have been available. Okay. Arca's my crib. Linda, you and the mods are great. That's why I keep coming back. Thank you so much. So let me answer the taillight. Yeah, I don't see that taillight. And quite frankly, she said it was cracked. According to Karen McCabe, she showed a piece missing, but I don't believe that. It could. I think it was cracked. All right, maybe a little piece had fallen out as she's driving from the crack. But those things, and I wish Michael Bryant were here with his show and tell. I only have this. Remember, this is where I threw into the 2 bags to show contamination we did one night, but it was about this size. I mean, this is like, let's see, let me do my thing. Yeah, this is about the size. This is about 7.5 inches and about 4 inches wide. So it was 2 of these size pieces. Shaking them to make a point. These are big pieces. those were not out of the car. You know, you don't, as I said, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. You don't need an expert to tell you that those pieces weren't out of that taillight. And I'm not sure it wasn't a reflection from the cameras. All right, when I go look at my cameras, okay, all right, yes, she did say she pulled a piece out of one Meadows, but it was tiny, a little one, not a big thing, right? But when I go look at my cameras, they're trying to say this whole taillight was broken, right? I go look at my cameras that we have in our country house, right? I get reflections all the time on things, especially at night. And the Ring cameras aren't that great. The professional cameras we have are great, but the Ring cameras aren't that great. And you get, when there's a light on, you get reflections, and you can see things that look like they may be white that aren't white. You know, anybody look at your cameras flying by at night, right? You know, look at the cameras flying by. Look at things that fly by your cameras at night. What do they appear white? And why is that? One, you've got the light on the camera and you get that reflection. And two, depending on the type of camera you have, your black things will record white and your white things will record dark. You know, I'm saying black will record, they reverse it, right? Kind of inverted color. All right. So I don't see, when I look at that, I don't see those two big pieces. And again, I don't have our show and tell taillight here. Michael Bryant, if you're listening, could you bring the show and tell taillight to the lunch break that we had? Remember, we went out and bought the actual model taillight and all to show you all because we think it's important to see it. So Arcos My Kryptonite says the reverse lens was a little clear spot that couldn't call up the reflection. Yeah, so I'm not sure, but I certainly didn't see those pieces, right? All of a sudden, you have all of those pieces out, and that they appear to February 18th, right? I mean, or is it 16th? It doesn't matter. Okay, you know why I said that? Okay, Joan, can I give them your birthday? February 19th. That's why I'm so into February. All right, that's my sis. Okay, she's gonna kill me. All right, she's gonna actually this. If there is a homicide, you know who did it. Okay. So that's how I'm remembering all these February dates. Okay. Yeah, Michael got the 220 taillight. He said he could get a 221 model. But it's the same. If you look at, it's the same taillight. It's like with when Brian Koberger, they were looking for his car, right? The certain cars of the same years had the same bumpers and lights on them, and then they get changed. Okay. So, but it's also poly. It's not plastic. People are saying it's plastic. Well, generically, I guess plastic, but it's really, really, really hard. I mean, to break. I mean, he had to take a hammer to boom, boom, boom to get it to break. Right. But then you had like 45, 46, 47 pieces that then kept appearing. 47 pieces. There were 47 pieces out of that taillight. There just weren't. There just weren't. Okay. All right. You know, it just weren't. And although apparently there's been another piece added, because you recall when somebody was testifying, I think it was the Keefe, investigator Keefe, right? Was on the stand when he's taking out something. There was a little teeny piece of taillight that was broken off again. So, you know, so I guess the evidence wasn't handled so well, right? So the question is, when was that broken? How did 2 end up in 3? When we were in Hernandez, we had a listing of a bullet container of bullet cartridges. And I forget whether there was 3 in it that ended up being 2 or 2 that ended up being 3 at this point. But the state police officer was giving me a lot of issues, trying to think that he was smarter than I was. Right? Ooh, look at this. I'll read that in a second. Smarter than I was, right? Wanted to try to go toe to toe with me on that, and he couldn't. All right. And by the time we got to that, he was kind of softened up, but he started by trying to be aggressive. And you know, I'm very nice to witnesses until they get aggressive with me, and then I'm free to be aggressive back. I know you can't believe that somebody as sweet as me could be aggressive in a courtroom. Dizzy, tensile strength for polycarbonate is 9800 psi. Now, Dizzy, look up what a spider web is, because some of your spider webs have a tensile strength that's actually stronger than steel. Let's look up what steel is. All right, because you are now you've got me into this. Now I am going to put you on the spot. Okay, and look up steel, the tensile strength of steel, and the tensile strength for spider webs, which is incredible. Some of them are stronger than steel. I'm just going to give you a hint. All right, but tensile strength 9,800 psi. That's a lot. That's a lot. And it wasn't like I can see if a SUV pinned John against a tree and then hit on him. But then his whole front of his body would be bruised, and he'd have broken bones. Remember, he had no broken bones in the front of his body. Okay, what he had is the 2-inch skull, 2-inch like a radiant skull fracture back here. That caused the brain damage that, along with the hypothermia, according to the medical examiner, killed him. Now, one of you asked if the prosecution does not call the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibella, and the neuropathologist medical examiner, oh, hold on a second. Spider web's 5 times stronger than steel. I told you that. Ever try to take down a spider web on a window that's like, above you with a broom or something? You can't do it. It is so strong. So let's try to see if we can get a PSI on the spider web and the steel versus the polycarbonate. But polycarbonate, that 9,800 PSI is pretty good. You have to have pounds per square inch, right, to crack it. But so the answer to your question is yes, the defense can call the medical examiner and the forensic neuropathologist from the medical examiner's office who testified, and they can call the DOJ pathologist who testified, and all. So they can call them, because Hank Brennan's not going to call them. See, that's not going to be a good look. Now, a lot of you I see on the internet who are, she had to kill John O'Keefe, they're like, oh, of course you did, of course you did. This whole, if I say something that is viewed as pro Karen Reed, you get all these little bot peoples, right? I call them bot peoples who come after you. All right. Actually, some of the people who feel the other way, who respect you, they don't come after you. But yeah, these little carbon steel, 58,000 to 101,000. I guess that's pounds per square inch. Yeah, you're all into this scientific experiment, right? But yes, the defense is going to call the medical examiner. They are going to call the medical examiners, right? No doubt about it. And they're going to have, wow, spider web. Here we go, Dizzy, 230,000 PSI. I told you, I try not to lie to you. It's amazing the things we learn when we have to cross-examine people, isn't it? That, again, I'm trying to impart my knowledge to you, much stronger than just plain old steel, okay? But yes, they're going to call them, and then the argument's going to be the conversations they had with the medical examiner, the fact that they underwent pressure, although she may not understand the pressure. Remember that now disgraced, fired Trooper Proctor, who was the lead investigator, called the medical examiner a whack job, because she wouldn't change, and the state police gave them their theory, and she didn't agree with their theory, because there's nothing that indicates that this was a car strike, a car collision. Absolutely nothing. Even Tubi, who's now back from his morning strut, is weighing in on this, right? Because Tubi lives in a household with a lawyer and a forensic pathologist. So I think even Tubi the poodle knows this stuff. The only people who don't know this stuff seems to be the prosecution. Now, actually, they know it. They know it's not good for them, but that's why they have to go around it. And I think when you start having to go around your own people there, I think that perhaps perhaps maybe it won't go well through the jury. Now, here's an interesting question. Remember, the Commonwealth made a motion that was allowed, which means it was granted, not to let the defense mention the Sandra Birchmore case. Do I need to explain to any of you what the Sandra Birchmore case is? Because if I do, I will, okay? They need to explain that. They said that you can't question that. You can, and they were worried about Trooper Guarino, who, in the Sandra Birchmore case, did not find 30,000 texts that the Department of Justice found that indicated that Matthew Farwell, who was a police officer in Staunton, was having an inappropriate relationship with Birchmore and actually ended up killing her, according to the federal indictment, murdering her, homicide, right? All right. Does the prosecution want to go there? You see, if I were Hank Brennan, okay, the question becomes, do I give up Guarino, who didn't find the 227 text, because you're now saying that it didn't exist, and say, hey, you medical examiner's office, including, and get the person in charge. They thought you were a whack job because you wouldn't call this a homicide. Well, you are calling this Sandra Birchmore case a suicide, and that's wrong. And so, yeah, you don't give in to pressure, but you don't give in to pressure when you're clearly wrong. You know, I try cases differently. And I think that that would have been a very interesting thing for Hank Brennan to do, because what's the upside? What's the downside? Guarino gets attacked. So what? You know, so what? Especially when you're saying that the 227 searches were artifacts or software confusion. So you sacrifice him. You sacrifice Trooper Guarino. But Hank Brennan is not sacrificing him and doesn't want the door open to Birchmore. So just kind of interesting about that, isn't it? I mean, it's just a different viewpoint, a different way to explain it. Because if you're going to get around your medical examiner testified, you better have a damn good reason for it. Besides, you know, you want to convict somebody and all. The defense has also called in another medical. They're going to call another forensic pathologist, board certified, who was in charge of Rhode Island and all, apparently, to make some findings. And I think you started hearing some of the findings. They're going to say that some of the what appears to be bruising on the arm is not bruising, but is actually the pooling of blood or lividity. You know, Yuri Bukhenik gave us a whole course, and a pretty good one, on lividity. Didn't understand what theory is, but lividity, Dr. Yuri running to the rescue, okay? Dr. Yuri to the rescue. All right, so by the way, this is still the kids on the stand. We don't know whether or not we've gone to move from kid 1 to kid 2, child 1 to child 2. You know, one's a boy, one's a girl. We know that they started with the daughter, whose name we know because she's been in this trial, and yet the print media is not supposed to print it or say it. The most ridiculous thing when they pat it in court and they said it. And her name has been said in court. I mean, some of these rulings don't make sense. I mean, I think they should be able to say the kid's name if they've already been identified in a court. Okay, so yeah, the lividity. So they're going to say, I think she's going to talk about some of this stuff on the arm not being bruising, but being lividity. Okay, that's when you die, your blood sinks to the lowest level. And what Yuri was trying to explain, I don't have a TV remote here, but let's say I fall on this pen, it's sticking out, and I fall on it. The pressure. This will be white where the pressure is because it pushes out the blood, but everything around it will be blood pooling. So that's what he was trying to explain. And he actually did a pretty good job of it using a TV remote. He must have heard that. I think he must have heard that in a trial. That's what I think. I think he heard that in a trial. But I think that's where the defense is going with regard to that. With regard to the fracture, they're going to the fact that it was an object that wasn't flat, so it couldn't have been a hit on the ground. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think you can get a fracture when you hit yourself on the ground, but they have a reason for saying that. So maybe there was, maybe in the skull fracture, maybe some of the bone was turned inward into the brain or not. We haven't heard that. We don't know. Louise P. on the kids, do you think the defense will ask some questions this time? I think it's really hard to ask children questions. I think it's really hard. I just like Alan Jackson got up there with Peg O'Keefe and said, it looked like he had a question. What he said is, you know, we are sorry for your loss. I have no questions of you. I think that it's going to be the same thing, you know. Because, you know, if they can argue, the defense can argue, Louise P., that the children have been under such great pressure, and you see the pressure, and I would go back and I would just use the wording over and over again of John's best friend, that Karen treated the kids well, and any disagreements that John and she had were over the kids and her spoiling of them. He didn't want them spoiled, and he felt that she was spoiling them, right? So I don't think I'd ask some questions. I think that could really be a backfire in the making. All right. So yes. So I think that the defense, going back to the defense medical examiner, is going to be saying something like that. Either it was a blow to the head, or he fell backwards on gym equipment, or fell backwards on a stairway, going up and down, or whatever, in a fight. Maybe whether it was a fight, and then Chloe, of course, got involved as an aggressive dog and grabbed the arms, or whatever the theory is. Maybe the arms was that Chloe just got involved in an aggressive fight, right? Maybe they started and Chloe saw there was a fight. You know how dogs, especially when they're, I've had shepherds, I've had highly trained shepherds that were from Czechoslovakia, the police shepherds. If they see that there's a fight going on, they're in it. They're in it because they're trying to, they're, especially with strangers. So you can have that. So to me, those just look like dog scratches. And we've all had dog scratches. I remember Tubies over here when he was a puppy. His teeth, his claws. I mean, they're there they are. They don't mean to actually do it, but puppies. By the way, just so you know, tomorrow we're going to celebrate Tubi's 4th birthday. All right. This is a family show. That we kind of lay everything out because we know that you're interested in the trial, but we all talk about a lot of different things here. So the medical examiner there is going to give them a theory that wasn't in the first trial. That's their own forensic pathologist is going to give them a theory. Now, I assume what they'll do is they will call the state's forensic pathologist first, because the strategically, they don't want the cross-examination of the state's forensic pathologist to be after their forensic pathologist, because they don't want Hank Brennan to get them to disagree with her, right? So, yeah, Oasis Cat, can you believe it? 4 years old tomorrow. I cannot believe that Tubi is going to be 4 years old tomorrow. It just seems like we have him. We just got him, that he just came to us to rule our lives, so, Simi Sharp, my man just walked in and says, why you all watch a fan spinning every morning? Because we're crazy. We're nuts. No, because that's what they focus on, is this fan. It's kind of, I'm actually, when this trial ends, I'm kind of miss the fan, right? And sometimes we get the light, and sometimes we get the second fan, that's over there. That's a really good one. So we watch the fan when the cameras can't be on the witnesses or the jurors or whatever. So they have. I forgot to put down exactly when she was called to the stand. Does anybody here remember? Any of you put it exactly down? Because if the first time they took an hour, we'll see where we are. And I assume that after the kids testify, maybe it'll be the mid-morning break, and we'll get to talk some more and all. Now, let me just say to you that the prosecution's case is the best at the moment they rest. Okay, I don't remember either, Dizzy. I should have taken it down. I didn't. I was writing something else down. The moment they rest. The prosecution's case, let me repeat that, is the best it was 48 minutes ago, Micah. Micah, geez, I know one of these days you're going to be co-hosting with us. I know that, because you've got it, man. I'll say it again. The prosecution's case is the best when they rest. Okay, that's the best. All right, that they should have proven their case, it seems, beyond a reasonable doubt at that point when they rest. Okay. It doesn't get any better. And if the defense presents a case, okay, it usually gets worse. And remember, the defense in presenting a case doesn't have to prove a case. They only need to prove what they are presenting. If they're trying to prove what is called an affirmative defense. An affirmative defense is something like self-defense or insanity or emotional disturbance, where you have to prove an affirmative defense, usually by a preponderance of the evidence. That's the usual standard. So you have some burden. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. The only people that ever have a burden beyond a reasonable doubt is the government in a criminal case. All right. So that's exactly that's when the defense has to prove something, but they can keep chipping away at the proof that the prosecution gives in their case, and that's what this defense wants to do. They want to chip away, and they've laid the Easter eggs, shall we say, to chip away. Now, we were talking last night on the show about something with Higgins's testimony. And you all, because you've all been following this, have chimed in there and all about it. Remember the text that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were having on the day that he died, right? Or the day before he died, when they were going to the bar, the 28th. And we got to later at night, and he was like, well, are you coming to pick me up? Because he wanted, at first he was ghosting her, but then clearly he wanted to ride and everything seemed to be fine, blah, blah, blah. But he showed, in my opinion, some jealousy. And it was more than that, because she said, I'm waiting for the plumber because we have the snowstorm and I don't want to be here on Monday and not have any hot water. I'm at my house in Braintree. I'm at my house, right? This is my house. And she was at her house. She wasn't staying at his house at that point. She was there at her house. And he said, is he hot? Is the plumber hot too? Is the plumber hot too? And I went and looked the text up. And last night I asked everybody. And sure enough, they said there was the word too at the end of it. And it had some significance to me. Is the plumber hot too? Because this is on the heels of her and the man of the moment, Higgins, right? The man everyone seems to want, talking about how hot each of them are. You're hot. No, you're hot. No, you're hot. No, you're hot, right? And remember, in the text with Higgins, Karen Reed said, John inquired of me about, me walking you to the car, blah, blah, blah. But I knew where the cameras were. And they apparently had a quote, a peck, okay? Let's face it, they kissed, all right? I mean, and all. But that was in the scheme of they're hot, you're hot, you're hot, you're hot. That to me sounds like either they had a discussion about this and she said, look, other people are finding me hot. You can go to Aruba, whatever you do with Aruba, but other people find I'm with Higgins, but I don't think she said that because she was not trying to really expose her relationship with Higgins that much, because she said John asked about 5 times about her walking him to the car, about 5 times. No one's asking that 5 times unless you're suspecting something, or you've seen her phone, all right? Or you've seen her phone where they were talking about being hot with each other. Because if I'm the defense, I'm relating that to say, I believe that he knew and that he was jealous. And here you have, in my opinion, the proof. Is the plumber hot too? A 3-letter word that makes all the difference in the world in terms of proving motive. Now, I don't know if the defense has gleaned that, noted that. They seem to note everything else, so likely that they did, okay? And that's why I think that they don't really care. They didn't really care about the Aruba text coming out, okay? Look, we all know that the only person in this case that's important, Karen Reed, did not get rid of her cell phone, right? She gave it up, right? And all. We do know that Higgins, a federal agent, an ATF agent, supposedly extracted, these text messages, but he downloaded them wherever he wanted because he thought they would be helpful to him, right, in some way. But then went to the local federal base where a state order of preservation could not be served on him because apparently he knew one was likely coming. Took his SIM card out, destroyed his SIM card, and threw his phone in a paper bag and got rid of his SIM card and his phone. Who does that unless you want to hide something? And then the other person who got rid of his phone, who again the prosecution does not seem to be calling this time, is Brian Albert, right? He is also a police officer in Canton, and he got rid of his phone, all right? And then you had Jen McCabe, who lied to the federal authorities about being who she is, and then lied to them about who she had talked to when they wanted to talk to her. And even though Judge Bev prevented it from being put in, I guess she was told that what she had done was lie to the feds and she had to make it better, right? Because or else there'd be a problem, right? And so she called them back and just said, she forgot. How could you forget, all right? You know it was a lie, and I think the jury knows it was a lie and all. It's the same with, Uri with theory. It's some things can be so ridiculous that instead of just telling the truth, yes, I lied to them. Yes, I was scared. Yes, in the moment of things, I didn't tell them because I thought that would, that maybe I'd done something wrong. Just say that, and people would understand that. They don't understand about getting rid of your phone. They don't understand that if there's going to be an investigation, you destroyed your SIM card. They don't understand a lot of that kind of stuff. They also don't understand, they actually do understand Carrie Roberts. Remember her? Seems like way back. Supposedly, Carrie Roberts was the one that overheard Karen Reed say to Jen McCabe to Google Haslong to die in the cold, right? And she told the grand jury that. She was asked that specific question, and she told the grand jury that, right? And then, of course, when the feds come and knock, 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 something again that Judge Beverly Canoni won't let in, which is the most ridiculous thing in the world, because the fact that they're the federal government, the federal agents, and you're told that you can go to jail for a very long time and have a $50,000 fine is important in why you then tell the feds the truth, which is different than you told the grand jury. If for some reason you weren't scared of the grand jury, maybe why? Maybe because you thought you were going to be protected because you have Brian Albert, maybe because you have all the people that you think that are running the system, and they're going to protect you. But when the feds came and knock, 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 rap, tap, rap, like the Raven in an Edgar Allan Poe story, all right, she immediately, woo, no, that's not true, okay? All right, and then she says she misunderstood the question. Oh, come on. All right, give me a break. All right. So you have that going on. So I don't know if the jury, though, because this went in this scattered way, they know all these people lied. They know there's something going on. But what is going on? They're getting the idea. I mean, they're getting the idea through the cross-examination because Alan Jackson has done a remarkable job. And by the way, I want to say something. Alan, and I said this yesterday to a reporter who called me for a comment. Alan Jackson and I went toe to toe for 6 months, okay, straight, okay? All right. It was like we were trying broken glass against each other, right? All right. But and I remember at one point in time he said, and the one thing we know about Linda Judge is she's always prepared. Well, the same thing with him. When I had to leave the trial for like 3 weeks because of pneumonia, I'm sure he was really happy. It was like a break for me. All right. So, if anything, I should dislike Alan Jackson. All right. Although I got the hung jury and he didn't get the win in that case. But I'm having nothing but good things to say about him because he's a very good attorney. Okay. He's a very good attorney. When he crosses, he can twist things a bit. He listens to what you say. Yes, he's got his notes, and that's why you see him go back and he'll check off, to make sure he's gotten something. We all do that. I do that too. I check off when I've gotten it because things can get lost. Because once you start listening to what a witness says, it can take you down a different path than the path that you had in your notebook and all. He listens, and then he takes what is said, and then he can kind of twist it to bring it back around to where he was going. All right. So, and if you're ever in trouble, you want attorneys like me, like Alan Jackson, like Jose Baez, like Joe Tacopino. And I'm not tooting our own horns, but you want us. Why? Brian Steele, Ashley Merchant, because we will represent you. And just like Brian Steele was ready to go to jail, I always say you have to be ready to get the cuffs put on you and go to the hoosegow. You've got to be ready to stand up to that judge. And young attorneys necessarily can't do that for obvious reasons. They don't have the, the experience. They may be scared of jail. I mean, and all. But remember Brian Steele? The judge was putting him in jail on weekends, and he could, with his client, he could work on the case. He gave him that, but then Ashley Merchant swooped in, and the court swooped in, and that was put aside, and then he left the bench, and we got the new judge that came in, who I wasn't when she first came in. I wasn't really sure about her. All right, but obviously she ended up being somebody who all the defense groups felt that she was fair in what she was doing. So yes, all sorts of stuff. Blessed in Texas. Hopefully they'll come to Texas. Last time I was in Texas, I think it was on a book tour. It was in Houston, but I'm understanding that Austin and Houston are changing a lot. That they're really there's a lot of change going on in Texas. I mean, obviously a lot of people moved to Texas. Although I also understand that right now, Blessed in Texas, it's getting pretty hot. Right, 102, 103, somewhere around there. Here it's getting nothing but rain. We've had nothing but rain up in the East Coast for a very long time. So let me see if I could answer some of your questions. Sam Laval asks, is there only one child on the stand? There's going to be two. They started with the daughter, the girl. I say daughter because the guardianship, she was essentially his daughter. They started with the young woman who was on the phone call, who really probably has more of testimony related to that moment. I mean, she was with Carrie at that moment, and she was screaming and all, although we can hear her screaming, the poor young woman. I mean, it does break your heart when children are hurt, and we should all give children a pass, unless of course they're cold-blooded killers, which we've seen recently, that a couple of 12 and 13-year-olds being arrested for killing people, which boggles my mind, quite frankly. Micah, 57 minutes. All right, so I assume when they finish that we are going to go to a morning break. Okay, that's what I'm assuming, because that's makes sense. Now, I assume also that this morning they may have argued with regard to the Aruba sisters that may have been behind the, behind what's going on. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can see this. Okay, wow. All of you are pretty awesome here. Let me see. All right, let me look at somebody. Let me tell you. Okay. Apparently there were some fiery. We have the Reed interviews, right? The clips that we heard this morning were clips that Brennan has Karen Reed in those clips refuting Jackson's theory about the jealous fight with Higgins. So I'd have to go back, I'd have to go back to, to see what those were, because I kind of missed them. But, it just, I just don't know if in the scheme of things, if what we've seen, they make a difference. Because when she's giving that, is she getting into, maybe she wants to at that point protect Higgins or whatever. I mean, I think Karen. Oops, we're hearing something. Let's go listen. Let's listen.
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled Clark.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
And how long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SPDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration. It included criminal law, criminal procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The Crime Scene Services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
Main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where were you? Where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, showing you with this. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Or what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Oh, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness
Yes.
just briefly? I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
A, B, C?
Please, yes.
It's 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading?
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section.
That's correct.
And that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Okay. All right. I was telling Dizzy that, I took a little bathroom break and then I went and got some tuna to eat. And immediately when I heard this starting to happen, I swallowed quickly because I knew that this was going to lead to an objection. Now, there should be nothing objectionable about that, who the supervisor of the unit was. But it got before the jury that he's been removed and, Tully is in the same grouping with the whole group of state police that deals with Canton. I have to say, the Trooper Clark, I thought he was like an automaton at one point. And there's you have what did he say? About the fingerprints being some kind of biological. It was like he was a Darwin, evolution going down to our fingerprints. Now, what he said is actually not quite correct. There's a lot of issues with regard to fingerprint identification, but I don't need to talk to you about those now. Right now, I'm talking about the judge is really pissed off because she thinks now she's going to go after Yannetti. There's simply nothing wrong. And then especially the way Yannetti asked the question after, well, who's now in charge of the unit? Tully was, and who's now in charge of the unit? There's nothing wrong, but I guess because now we seem to deal with Tully. It's not before with this witness. Well, who is it supposed to be before? Tully? Is Tully supposed to go on the stand and ask? I mean, this witness has firsthand recipient knowledge of who his supervisor is in the crime scene services unit. I know. Well, let's go back. I'm sure she gave the defense a little this tap on the head. Bad defense as usual when we come to accept it.
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Objection.
Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustained.
Reapproach.
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained, and jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
I mean, this is ridiculous. What he's trying to show is that when he participates, this man in an interview who seems very honest, except for the fact that he's gotten the memo about calling Michael Proctor a case agent, not a lead investigator, that, you know, he didn't know all the facts about the relationship between Michael Proctor and the Albert family. Therefore, that would change the questions that you're asking and all. But remember, I told you things are thematic. How many times have we heard Mr. Yannetti, David Yannetti, say the name Michael Proctor? I've got, I think, 11 as soon as I started counting, because the theme is that Michael Proctor was in the Sally Port. He was at Canton. There was a conflict of interest. The jury's already heard that. Why there's an objection to saying that is, to me, beyond. I have no reason to tell you why that couldn't have been said, because that's the situation. They were removed because they were told that there was a conflict of interest. So I don't understand that. But I wrote down Proctor, 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 Proctor. And we're going to hear more of it. And so he wants to know what Michael Proctor revealed to this officer who was supposedly going along to do an interview, and whether or not he knew of the relationship with the Alberts, including drinking in the cruisers with them. Now, there should be nothing absolutely wrong about that.
Our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
You know. You know that the reason we're taking a recess is that maybe this discussion is going to continue. We'll see. I'm watching the fan. The jury has to go out right now. No, this man, blessed in Texas, is a Massachusetts State Police officer. He's assigned to the Crime Scene Services Unit, right? Yeah, this was, I didn't expect this cross-examination to be, I mean, I just figured, okay, there's no fingerprints, there's no evolutionary ridges that have formed, you know, and all that he was doing. But to not allow the relationship between the Proctor and the Alberts to come in is wrong, all right? Because again, it goes to the bias, it goes to protection, it goes to defense theory, and quite frankly, it's wrong in any case. If you're investigating a case where a dead body is found on Brian Albert's property, you should be able to investigate whether the police officer signed as the lead investigator. And I'm going to say that because that's what Lieutenant Colonel Noble said, Jeffrey Noble, in dismissing him, the lead investigator, not the case agent, okay? The lead investigator had a relationship with the person who owns the house where the dead body is found. And whether or not the other people who were going on for interviews were told. Because remember, Joe Giacalone said, you know, you bring somebody along at the very end, he said, do you have any other questions? Well, if you know that certain questions weren't asked, you may want to have questions with regard to that. If you know there is a relationship, you may want to have questions with regard to that. Now, Yannetti has been heard. The judge said first she wouldn't hear him at sidebar. He said, we need to be heard at sidebar. Now we need to be heard at sidebar again. And he is, you can hear by Yannetti's voice, right? He's not happy with Your Honor right now, okay? And he's not going to back down. She may tell him to stop, but they're going to make this record, and they're going to make this record well on the record as to why these questions need to be asked and why it's reversible error if they are not. All right. I don't get it, especially since Brian Albert, see, you know what you have here? Brian Albert is the defense's third party culprit, right? It's Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that they're leaning to, right? And so, but she said that it was a close question and she'd see where they are after the prosecution case. So now what she's doing is preventing the defense from going there with regard to any of the Alberts, right? And in terms of the questioning and cross-examination. So she's preventing them from establishing the third party culprit or some other defense by doing this. So it's a double hit for the defense. And that's why Yannetti is fighting hard for it. Not only goes to Proctor and the unfairness of the investigation, it also goes to cutting them off at the knees on their Saudi defense, right? You know, really, like amazing. Okay. Michael, we'll have to talk about knowledge of fingerprints because it's a comparative science, okay? Even though it's been automated, and yes, the automation has helped the discrepancies, but you never get pristine fingerprints. I mean, you seldom get pristine fingerprints. I mean, really, you know, and always it has to then go to an algorithm to decide what should have been the ridges and the ridge lines in the fingerprint. So there's been a lot of discrepancies and disputes. As a matter of fact, there was an officer in Ireland who, by the way, was told she was guilty of a murder. And it turns out because the fingerprint analysis had identified her, and she was a police officer, and she was obviously innocent. So there's been a lot of questions. There's a question with the Madrid bomber about the identification of somebody here I think it was in Oregon, who was supposed to have been the Madrid bomber because of the FBI identification of fingerprints. It turns out they were absolutely wrong. That was wrong, you know, and the whole theory, you know, so one fingerprint. Well, if you say it belongs to only one person, but you're wrong in the identification, then it's not belonging to that person you said, right? So there's been a lot of problems with fingerprint identification. The National Academy of Sciences, in their 2009 report of strengthening forensic science as a path forward, talks about it. And yes, while the automation is good, it's only as good as the algorithm that's put into it. So, you know, we're talking about all this AI, right? That's what we're talking about. So interesting issue. And then there's also an issue about whether or not how many points of comparison do you have to have on a fingerprint to say that, quote, it's a match. All right. And initially there was a certain amount, then it went way up higher. Now there's no amount because the scientists don't want to be stuck with having to have a certain amount of comparisons and points that equally match according to them. So very, 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 very interesting area. But we can talk about that all day because the fingerprints really aren't an issue in this case. What is an issue, though, is obviously what is happening, the fans going on. Because of her refusal to allow this witness to go into whether or not Michael Proctor knew, whether or not this witness knew there was a conflict, and whether or not he knew certain things, and then of course would have asked certain questions. Proctor. But the defense is getting through what Tully. And the jury can't unhear it, right? And you know, they heard something about Tully being removed from being the head of this unit. They don't know Tully's importance right now. I don't think that's clear at all to them, and so maybe it's getting lost to them. But they know something's up with Proctor. They just know something's up with Proctor. Why? Because Alan Jackson in his opening said that Proctor was fired for his work on this case. All right. So again, I counted at least 11, and then we went to all this. So there was some more Proctors mentioned. You know, the theme of the matter with Yannetti's defense is Proctor, and Brian Albert, and also a conflict of interest. So you can't be fair if that happens. By the way, I want to go back to something this morning. I'm told that, and I didn't hear them very well, but that those clips that were played were an attempt to dispute Karen Jackson's argument that there was a fight between Higgins John O'Keefe, that there was jealousy. Did you all hear? Did you all hear what that was? Did you hear what those clips were? Okay, because I'm going to have to go back and obviously see those clips in order to answer that. Mark Wardell says the Bowden case law allows hearsay between and questions. So questions in search for such are permitted. Yes, they're absolutely permitted. And he's just, he's not almost out of, he's asking what did he know from the officers, so that, because the follow up again is when then if you had known this, if you'd been told this, you would have asked 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 this. And he's got that ready to go. And this officer obviously would give it to him, because this officer, as I said, he's kind of like an automaton, right? He just, yeah. I mean, I had a laugh because I was moving away to run over to the ladies' room and to grab a little bit of lunch to get ready for the lunch break. And that's when I heard about the evolutionary, the evolutionary effect of fingerprints. It's like I just had a laugh, because it was actually kind of cute, because he was so into it. He'd been taught to it. He was so into it that he's gonna repeat what he's been told. I mean, it'd probably be great to have a conversation with him about evolution and fingerprints, but I don't think that most jurors, well, maybe they do want to hear it. Maybe they do want to hear it because they like it. Phoebe Purvis asked, how was my poker game last night? It was great. I didn't win any money, of course, but what I did do is defeat the person I play against twice last night, because we did 2 games, who had a World Series of poker bracelets. So I'm pretty good about my game. I'm ready now to go to play for some money, and go to a casino and play for some money, or maybe take a trip to the World Series of Poker in June. I'm feeling pretty good about my game right now, because I've never been able to defeat this person heads up before, because I mean, he has a World Series of Poker bracelet. Who am I? I'm just like a little tiny poker player who has as an avocation, plays for fun. Wink, wink. Okay. Yeah, so it was good. It was good practice. Although a lot of our players were sick, they'd been to some kind of poker thing, and they all ended up with sore throats and all sorts of things like that. So there was a lot of, shall we say, sickness going around. Luckily, it's hard to get sick from the internet. It really is, when you're just goofing around. I wouldn't say goofing around, but playing for fun, playing for bragging rights, right? Playing for bragging rights. I like to play for bragging rights. I get nervous when, I've been on Poker Night in America where I've won a lot of money, or there's been money at issue. But that's extremely stressful. Playing for fun is not so stressful. Make sure your poker glass are playing. There's funny stories with regard to that, and you always have to think about that. Some people wear these sunglasses with mirrors on them, right? And so when they look down, the mirrors get their cards, and the cards are in their glasses. So that whole movement of people wearing sunglasses, they learned that maybe it's not such a good thing, Oh my Lord, yeah, that's kind of funny. If you ever read about poker, the hoodies and the glasses, and they hide their faces and all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, I always say that being a trial lawyer, criminal defense lawyer, is great training for poker, because you could just, divorce evidence. And so that's one of the reasons why I do it, because it's kind of an intertwine. It's actually a good training, or what you're trying to portray, or they call it your table image, or what you're trying to portray. Poker players tend to think women, they're very sexist. They think women only bet with aces. They think women can't bluff. True, and all. So and some of these stereotypes that these poker players have are very important when you play, especially when you're establishing a table image. Maybe you want to lean into that. Maybe you want to think that every time an ace drops, you bet, because they think that you have an ace because you're female. So it's a lot of fun, and it's good training, I think, for being in a courtroom. All right. Sam Poop says, not true. Women bluff. Well, yeah, but there's a theory that they don't bluff. There's a theory that older people and women don't bluff. I mean, I think that's garbage, but you get these the young players who are like in their 20s, who don't think that anybody over 27 knows how to play poker. So yeah, it's the way it is. So never underestimate us. So anyhow, so let's talk about this case. I'm still seeing the fan. Now, the jury's on mid-morning break. I don't know, do we have any word from anybody in the courtroom whether or not that Yannetti is either at sidebar or still talking or whatever, because they're on their morning break. But Brooklyn Bev is a bad poker dealer. Oh, yeah. I forget which one, but one of the members of the United States Supreme Court is a poker player. She's played with my girlfriend a number of times. But I forget who it was, and all. You had you had a senator in New York, and a lot of people play poker because of the training of keeping that poker face in what you do. So it's kind of fun when you don't have to, and when you have nothing to lose, but your dignity about losing to somebody, or you have something, or you can gain by beating somebody who has a bracelet, and even if now maybe if it was for money, it'd be different. Maybe he'd play differently, and I'd play differently. Anyhow, Paula Kelly says I'm a bad bluffer. Yeah, if you're gonna try a case, you better learn how to, you better learn how to execute that bluff. Okay. Sam, but why can't Yannetti ask about drinking and socializing? I simply don't know. That's the whole point about whether or not when they're investigating, they have a conflict of interest, right? That's the whole point, Okay, so if I go to a poker table, don't I want to know if the two people at the other end are friends? Don't I want to know because maybe they're in cahoots, to use lack of a better term, with one another, and they've made some kind of side deal to be able to basically give information about how they fold or whatever. Don't I want to know that? Doesn't that affect, speaking about poker, how I play, right? Or yes, or the dealer. There's been situations where the dealer has been, under the cards, they're giving to somebody they have a relationship with at the poker table because they're going to get a portion of it. Don't I want to know that? So if we're talking about poker in the scheme of a court case, so let's do that. We want to know about this, right? We want to know about this, and all, because we want to know what the relationships are. And it's even more important, I think, in a criminal investigation when you're talking about a homicide investigation where somebody could be charged, or when you're talking about a homicide investigation that maybe somebody else should be charged, or when you're talking about a homicide investigation that maybe nobody should be charged. Dizzy, can I put this up, your comment up on here, if you don't mind? Regarding the niece's testimony, it doesn't appear to me on the first pass that a testimony different from last trial. McLaughlin did the direct and Yannetti did the cross. So there was a cross. That's really interesting. Is anyone reporting what the cross was about, or is that prohibited too? Because last time I thought we knew what some of the testimony was about, even though they weren't supposed to record it. That it was being reported by people in the courtroom without naming the names of the kids and all. But so Laura McLaughlin did the direct. So they had Laura McLaughlin. The jury's seeing her really for the first time. I don't think she's done another witness. We see Lowley doing some witnesses, but I don't see. I don't know if McLaughlin did any direct yet for the state. All right. So let's see if we can find out what happened in there. And I'm sending a telepathic message to Michael Bryant, right? Michael Bryant, could you look on the Twitter and social media accounts before you come on for your lunch break and look up and see what happened in that courtroom? I'm sending him that telepathic message. Actually, he generally has either earbuds or is working and has the case on as he's hearing it. So that's why when he gets on at lunch break, he knows what's out. So WCVB live update is going through her testimony right now. Okay. So since we were not, I was not able to talk to you with all that happening and going through her testimony, we're probably going to dissect it later on tonight. I'm hoping Yannetti testified. Yes, Ravish, they did for me. If you're going to cross her, You better ask her some questions that are easy for her to answer, that give you good answers. Okay. Wow. Yeah. CM Laval, Linda, that works. I used to contact my hubby that way years before cell phones. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, hubbies and wives tend to have that good, that good telepathic relationship. I'm not sure Michael Bryant is listening to me. He's getting ready, by the way. He will be going to Canton, Dedham, starting all next week. Not all. He will be going on Tuesday and Wednesday, I believe, to Staunton. He's will be coming back from California. He has to attend his son's graduation, coming back from California. So I think I just blew where in the world is justice. If he was going to have a world, the world is justice, all right? On Monday on the Red Eye, he will be with us either by lunch, or I told him to take the lunch break off. I'll cover it, and definitely be with us by dinner. And then we'll see what we do on Tuesday, but when he goes. But he definitely will be up there Tuesday and Wednesday of next week to make his 11th trip in. Okay. Oh, I spoiled it. I know I spoiled it. Oh my goodness. Oasis Cat, according to Justice Sandra Birchmore on Twitter, Trooper Clark was on the Sandra Birchmore case as well. That's really interesting. I wonder what he did in the Birchmore case, whether he just processed the scene as it was and wasn't asked his opinion, or was that Fanning who was asked his opinion with the medical examiner, or, who was the trooper who took, remember there was a call, Mizzy B told us this when she was on, where somebody called into the police station and basically inform them by dealing with something else at Birchmore that they were going to tell on the relationship. And that's when Farwell knew that other people knew, and his wife was about to give birth, and that's when, according to the feds, he made the relationship to get rid of a witness, especially since there was an investigation that would be going on that she could help dealing with, grooming her, certainly, and maybe others. We have to yet to find out. Okay. All right. So what is, speaking about what's happening, what is happening with your reviews, my investigative team here, all 658 of you watching right now, my investigative team as to what happened in the courtroom with the kids. Is there anything that's being reported about what was said? There should be about what was said by the witnesses, because it was last time. All right, there should be about what was said, but there was last time. So all right, so I'm looking. I'm waiting for my crew here to know. Okay, so let's see. If not, Dizzy's looking now. Please hold. Yeah, I could probably have looked too on my cell phone, but I want to see what all the other questions are. And I assume that they are taking the morning break here, because we haven't come back from the fan, right? Normally what she does, she comes back from the fan, and then she, after there's been an argument. But let's see, let's see whether or not anything happens. I'm just, I don't understand. I don't understand the judges. Well, I do understand. Okay. The judge's view. She felt that the defense was on thin ice, holding by a thread with regard to the third-party culprit, right? And she'd make a decision. She'd let them argue it initially, but she'd make a decision about it after the prosecution presented their case and all. So if you do not let there be any arguments, right? If you don't let the defense argue and show that there was ineffective investigation to show this relationship, and it kind of undermines your third-party culprit, especially since you've got nothing but Proctor and Tully, when you think about it. Proctor, whose fingerprint, excuse my parlance, since we have a fingerprint, well, he's not really an examiner, but a fingerprint CSI person on the stand who takes the prints, the latent prints. Question it. Now, we're seeing something going up, and this is, I assume, the WCBV update about what was happening, which of course, let me see if I can enlarge my screen so I can read it. Okay. Okay, the testimony of the niece is complete and media restrictions lifted. The prosecution did not call the nephew at this time. Isn't that interesting? Because we didn't know what he had to offer. They didn't call him at this time. This is from Ted Daniel. Niece testified that Karen Reed and JOK's relationship deteriorated after New Year's Aruba trip. I remember hearing O'Keefe say that the relationship was good, but it had run its course. She was very upset by it. She was yelling louder than John O'Keefe and JJ. She said Karen Reed woke her at 4:30 a.m. on 129. The defendant came into my room. Instead of saying, call her Karen, she told me that my uncle never came home. She was very frantic. The defendant was asking what could have happened and asking, could I have done something? Got hit by a plow. Later, that same day at One Meadows, Karen Reed, said to myself and my grandfather that she thought that she was living in a nightmare. Cross niece told Yannetti Karen Reed watched her play sports, took her to visit a private school, and helped her plan her birthday in 2021. Yannetti, Karen would help you with school projects, niece. A couple of them, maybe, yeah. ADA Lally then called Zachary Clark. So that was kind of the extent of it, that she was frantic, he didn't come home. Well, I could understand that, right? And she was frantic, didn't come home. That she was that exactly, she was, the relationship deteriorated after Aruba. Yeah, I mean, we see that. I mean, that's not hidden, I don't think. And then I think the fact that she was upset and worried about John O'Keefe is good for her. And that, yeah, she helped her with some projects. I mean, obviously, you don't want to push too much, but that's the case. Kay Young wants to know, yes, if any of my cases have been testified. Yes, a number of them have been testified. Aaron Hernandez was streamed. Phil Spector was televised. Other cases that I've done it started from when I was a prosecutor, actually, were televised when they allowed cameras in the courtroom in New Jersey. So the television and having the case, you kind of forget the cameras are there, quite frankly. All right. You really forget the cameras are there when a case is on. Also, Casey Anthony, when I was dealing with that, it was always the time Casey Anthony was there. The camera was always on. We objected to the camera being on her and the microphones being there, but the judge didn't care about that. So, yeah, I mean, I tend to be in high-profile cases, a lot of cases that you don't even know about that I've been involved in terms of getting them ready, but that's between my clients and myself. Jason Williams, where I did all the backup work for the forensics and was monitoring everything, and then was told if people wanted to object on the forensics. It was my case. I wasn't in the courtroom on that case. My husband was actually testifying on that case. We were hired separately and independently because I was still in the Kenny at that point, and also, but they had asked for a recommendation from the federal court in New Jersey, from the court clerk, as to who the best, baddest attorney was in the state of New Jersey, and they ended up with my name. So not even knowing that I was married to Michael at that point, because I was using a different name. So that's how that came to pass. Interesting situation. Marsha Mitchell, do you believe we will hear from Michael Proctor and the Alberts? I don't think the defense is going to call them. I definitely don't think the prosecutor is going to call them. If the defense calls Proctor, well, here's what the defense could gain by calling Proctor. Albert's not going to take the Fifth Amendment, and he would just give his party line. He'd be, Brennan would run totally wild with him, using him in a cross-examination, because Brennan's not going to call them in his case. And if Proctor is not going to be called, the prosecution has already apparently told the defense not calling Proctor. That's why they called Yuri Bukhenik to try to get all the text in through him and lessen their impact when it gets read by something else. If the defense calls Proctor, the problem is that if he does come in and he doesn't show hostility, he may not answer the way you want, but doesn't show hostility, then you can't cross-examine him the way you could at the first trial. And then Hank Brennan can use him to buttress their case. The only good thing you possibly could have if you call Proctor is if he decides to take the Fifth Amendment because of everything that's happened. And he can still take it, even though he's testified in the past, and even though he's testified at his proceedings, he can still take the Fifth Amendment. It's not a bar to asserting it when you want to assert it, unless you've got immunity. If we're, on a complete case, and he does not. And then if he doesn't do that, if he takes the Fifth and says he's going to take the Fifth, he won't testify. Then the defense can ask to read his testimony from the first trial, which may be helpful. But I think it's a danger to call him and leave him, letting Hank Brenham use him, however he sees fit on cross-examination, to make him see like, oh, just such a nice guy, and Karen Reed is guilty. So, you can tell by the way the defense is saying Proctor, 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 Proctor. I mean, I counted them. I was at, 11, 13, 14. I can do it 14 times so far with this witness who's on the stand from the Massachusetts State Police, from the CSS unit. They call Crime Scene Services. That's here, right? You can tell by the way they're doing it that the defense really wants to leave Proctor out there as having stolen the parts, right? Okay. So, that's where you're going to go. The defense other main witnesses, they're forensic pathologists. They've hired a forensic pathologist, Brooklyn, from who was head of the Rhode Island system, I believe. And she was announced by she was announced by Alan Jackson in his opening statement. Blessed in Texas, thank you so much. What if must use restroom my court rolling? Well, let me put it this way. If you have to do that, you ask the judge, Judge, may we see a cyber judge? I need a comfort break. I need a bathroom break. It's always right. Everyone's always worried about that. Now, if it's not your witness that's being questioned, usually the court will know if you leave as an attorney and you just walk out the door for a second. They'll know that you had to go to the bathroom. Sometimes it's kind of funny because you'll see the judge say, I think, well, like here, it's not your morning break time. It may be 20 of 11, but you'll hear the judge say, I think we will take our mid-morning break right now. That's because maybe she has to go to the ladies' room. I mean, if you're a juror, you raise your hand. I mean, you raise your hand, and they'll send a court officer kind of sneaking over to you, and you say, oh, I have to go to the bathroom. And so, it works itself out. Everyone understands that everybody is human, right? Everyone understands that everybody is human. And also that's what happens now with me, with you, I have to go behind my Tubi avatar. And if I'm not back in time, well, then, one of you are going to have to jump in and start hosting this and answering questions. But we don't need that because we have Diz and we have Missy and we have things that we can play that we haven't played yet. And we have music to play for you, and it's not that long. Mark Wardell asks, interesting legal question, Linda, can Proctor be considered a material witness for the defense in Bowdoin? Well, you can, but not material enough to call him to the stand. He's material in the sense he didn't do the right police work. They're going to be arguing in a Bowdoin defense. The problem the defense is going to have with Bowdoin is usually when you have improper police work, you then have an expert to get up and say it. And here she said that anyone can figure out, this is the judge, whether the work of the police is improper. Now, we all know about the CSI effect, right? We all know that jurors expect something. If they don't see it, they think police work is improper. But, do they really know you really have to separate the witnesses out? Do they know that particular thing? I mean, you heard Joe Giacalone when he was on a show, great sergeant, wrote the handbooks on police investigation procedure, that, all the stuff that was done wrong here, stuff, but that a jury may not know. So I just think her rulings have been wrong. We're seeing court going back into session. Oh boy, thank you, Blessed in Texas, for that question, by the way. I'm just going to hide it right now. So we're seeing they're back. Now it looks like they're already, are they going up to sidebar already? So was that not resolved? Did the judge want case law for them to find case law in between when they went on break? Is that what happened? And now we're going on to the sidebar. Now what's going on there? Okay. Court office is going that way. Are they calling for the witness to come back in? They probably are. Calling for Clark to come back in. Massachusetts State Police Officer Clark. He's been on the force for 7 years, now in 2025. A lot of court officers there today. You know, look at the court officers and the size of the court officers. Maybe they're there all the time. Remember, I have not been in the courtroom to see what the courtroom looks like. The courtroom is so tiny that these court officers that are so big look like they're taking a third of the courtroom each. Jeez. Wow. I mean, this, by the way, does not look like a violent courtroom. Yeah. Kay Young. No, I didn't work with Alan Jackson. I worked against Alan Jackson. I was his adversary. I represented Phil. He was the prosecutor. So we're not with him, against him. All right. That's why, yeah, I know. I kind of know Alan enough after being with him for so much. I know how he asks questions. I know his style. I know what he does. Yeah. So I did not work with him, but worked against him. As I said, we fought like cats and dogs. And, you know, it was like trying a case for both of us against broken glass. But apparently, yes, he loves me. Michael Brown went up there. He didn't know Michael at all, and asked, "What do you think about Linda Kenny Body?" He says, "I love Linda," and we had to put that in our opening, because good attorneys tend to have a respect. Some of my best friends have been prosecutors that have done cases, around or we've discussed. Yeah, good attorneys have a good respect for each other, and prosecutors and defense attorneys. That's why, when you go to bar meetings, right? And I don't mean at a bar, I mean the Lawyers Bar Association, that thing that's there, and I don't have a point to it, but that you see that rail, that's the bar. And so that's why when you pass the bar, when you get your license, and that's considered the bar because you're able to go into the well of the courtroom. That's called passing the bar, right? That's where the phrase came from. And where you see the guy in the small desk is sitting, where all the lawyers sitting, that's the well of the courtroom. And so there's the opening. It's near Mr. Karen Reed's father. You go through that thing, and you're allowed to go into the well of the courtroom because you've passed the bar. Anyhow.
Exhibit II for ID. Thank you.
Okay, let's go into court. Let's listen.
So as a session, please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Session.
Yes.
Sergeant Clark is back on the stand for the Massachusetts
Sir, when you
Police
went
on the CSS
with
under
Michael
Cross by
Proctor
Yannetti.
to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st, were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Ms.
Yes.
Giannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay, thank you. All right. you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
As we get the witness on the stand, I just want to say that was a total home run for Yannetti, but she did not allow the questions about Brian Albert and the conflict of interest. You saw that. But here's your CSS unit person, and the only time she's called to the scene is February 1st. All right, and the report wasn't run by him. And I think I heard the name Proctor another 5 times in there. Great cross by Yannetti. Let's go back into court.
You solemnly swear to be able to the court and jury in the case down here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
For just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the crime scene services section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place. And then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc in those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth seek to introduce the minutes at the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
There's going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give before the jury in the case now here true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Bukhenik.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Bukhenik and Trooper Proctor?
Mm-hmm. So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia.
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Remember, we have unknown DNA of different people. I think 5 people, was it, on
Follow me, ma'am.
Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker. So let's go listen to the rest of the crime lab people. I believe that witness was honest. I believe Clark was honest. I believe some of these witnesses have been pretty honest. They really are just technical witnesses that are talking about what they did. Come back into court.
Yes, I did.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You consider stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
Brennan's
My
back.
name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began
Whoa,
working at the
we believe
Massachusetts
she
State
is
Police
important,
Crime
just so you know.
Laboratory,
I'm going to go
did
back
you
behind Tubi.
receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes.
Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, Were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, thank you, Mr. Brown. I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P-145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P-144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to introduce that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P-161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger taillight of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court's permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you
Sure.
mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter. Yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned a hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, yes, A and B, please.
144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
Yes. This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
Very much. You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you go in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here. All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to.
Oh, isn't it convenient? Lunch just here as,
So,
let's see, was there one item there? Now there's other items in the bag, in the box, of the can, and the boxes in with all the bags. How convenient. How convenient. Some of you noted, I have some questions to ask as the jury's going out. Mr. Alessi is like chomping at the bit, okay? First, again, we want to thank Sandra Hunt, put this up before, new member. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Okay, all right. Dizzy had something that I wanted to point out. The taillight housing broke when trying to remove it. Yeah, so right, that's where the taillight housing broke. And some of you pointed out how clean it is, right? How everything is so clean. Supposedly it was towed. I asked if any of you had seen the video of the tow. I want to go back and look at the video of the tow and how they pulled it up and the video of the tow. Whoops, let's go into court. Let's listen. Hold on a second.
What they're doing here. Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
Hot mic, or not hot mic. Yeah, there's an issue. Love to hear this. I guess we're muting the mics. The court report is still reporting. The mics shouldn't really be muting. Surprise! Let's see. We have a box. We have the tail light. You pulled out the tail light. You're supposed to have the tail light. Well, there's a bag in there with a lot of other items. Surprise! Oh, look at that. Surprise, surprise. Okay? I can't wait when Michael Bryan gets on to see what's going on here. And you all notice that, supposedly this car went through the snowstorm and all. How clean everything is, right? How clean that all is, Well, it looks like we'll get a little clarity from those in the courtroom. But when I was watching it, she was asked to pull out the box and in the taillight, pull out this taillight. After she went through pictures and said there were scratches on the car and here's a hair I found and all. And by the way, he said bumper, and then it's on the top quarter panel. I mean, I thought that was a little confusing because she's explaining the top quarter panel. He's explaining the bumper because remember, the bumper extends a lot further than the quarter panel here. And yet they want to try to get the fact that there's glass now in the bumper that you're not seeing. She says, well, I see the bumper. And then there's scratches up top. What's happening to Hank's theory here? And now we have Michael Bryan, who just like the bag that was in the box appears.
Hold on a second. I got my lunch. I got my lunch in here in the evidence bag as well. Don't worry.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Don't worry about cross contamination. It's not a big deal.
I got stuff that's in here too. And where's the box? I mean, we have to. This is another time we have to figure out what's going on with the evidence. Now that happened in front of the jury, right? There until they sent them out.
And, it was just so weird how it unfolded. Because first of all, she has her gloves on. Apparently, she is also an assassin. Because who else wears those black gloves?
Black gloves, right?
Or a ninja or something. But so she's starting to put it back in the box. It's like, oh, got some other stuff inside here, and it's as if it's news to everybody except to her. So we know about the commingling of some of the evidence from the past, and you did that experiment, that demonstration, which shows how ridiculous it is to put various pieces of evidence in the same bag and then not be worried, apparently not worried about cross-contamination or transfers of DNA or anything else that might happen. And so now we have another issue. We have another example of what looks like, I think to anybody, looks like just a total, incompetent manner of, I was on board with her when she started. I thought she sounded great. She was, but then she started having trouble getting the taillight off the car. And then I won't make a sexist comment about a woman without any tools. But anyway, so she can't get the taillight off.
I may just like, no.
And then she gets some help from a man. So she gets it off the car, and now it's thrown in the box with whatever else. She said she packed some things in there to some paper or something to keep it from being, quote, further damaged. Well, what's the other stuff that's in there then? What other things are in that box?
Right. She said she's
what's
got
in the
bag,
box? In the words of, you remember the movie Seven?
Yes.
The movie Seven?
Yeah. Oh,
Brad Pitt. What's in the box?
When they opened the box, I didn't look because I knew.
Unfortunately, what was in the box was, of course, Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yeah.
Or at least her head.
Yeah, at least her head. I mean, there are other things in there, and the bag has other stuff in there. So what did she do? Grab more evidence and put it in the box, or was there evidence in it, or did she put it? And this is all in front of the jury. So now they're going up there, and then the judge should allow this to be. This really, quite frankly, this discussion should have been, in open court. I mean, we should be hearing what's going on because this is another mess.
Well, so what do you think about the convenient lunch delivery? The lunch is here.
Oh yeah, lunch. Let's stop. While we figure this out, because we know there's an issue with the left shoe and the left shoe at the Fairview and the Good Samaritan
we're waiting
Hospital.
for the other shoe to drop, I think is the phrase.
Yeah, and now we have it here. Now remember, as somebody points out, this is after the car, by the way, after the SUV is towed from Dighton in the middle of a snowstorm, right? In the middle of a whiteout condition, right? And everything is so nice and clean. She's just, there's no issue worrying about the dirt or anything. Everything is completely clean. And and she happened to go see another thing, and she didn't see any damage on the other car. Well, it depends. You can have damage on one car that hits it, and no damage on another car. I mean, so what? We've all been there.
We've had, there's been a lot of discussion about the road grime, and I know some YouTube creator did a video about, if you had broken that lens off at the time it was allegedly done, according to the Commonwealth, you would have all this road grime and salt and debris, in there, but it looks pristine. To your point, and so if they say they didn't touch it, they didn't do anything to clean it, preserve it, other than throw it in a box with some other stuff. It's like your kids' toys, where is that? It's in the box with the other stuff. Don't worry. So if it's that squeaky clean, how could it have traveled from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Avenue to Dighton to be put on a tow truck to then be dragged? Because even when your car's on a tow truck, especially right after a nor'easter, you got road grime, you got salt, you got moisture, all of that's being kicked up, even though the car is on the trailer, still out, it's there. And then finally it gets to the Canton PD Sallyport, and now it's pristine. So
It absolutely pristine. And who's there is well, did they show you this? They show you that it's all scratched on the car. So I guess Hank Brennan's theory is that there was a side swipe there, and the car, the glass hit the car, causing some scratches, then ended up on the bumper there, right? And then there's glass in the bumper after it's been towed, by the way, after it's been pulled up. We've seen how cars get towed after it's been pulled up. And then there's a hair that's not going to be John O'Keefe's hair, my recollection was, right? They didn't do, that wasn't his hair. Or maybe it was, I don't remember. We'll wait and see, since it's a new trial. My recollection is it wasn't. And that indicates that she hit him. That's his case, right? That's the case.
Well, this is certainly super important. Obviously, that's why Mr. Brennan has stepped up to talk very loudly. So he's back in action. So that just signals to the jury, ooh, this must be an
Right.
important person.
Right. Right.
And so now they see, they're seeing it's show and tell. They're seeing the light. I do have many questions about what she found: the pieces of glass, the hair. I mean, could they have adhered to that bumper area? And what's that whitish kind of misty looking material that's on the bumper itself? Clearly, when she was there, couldn't, it's not snow at that point, right?
Right.
Is
Right.
that grime? Is that road grime? But it looks like a film, a very white film that's on the flat surface of the bumper. And then you have the back part of the car above that at a 90-degree angle. And that's where the hair is found. That's where at least one of the pieces of glass. I just don't know what's sticking them to the car, that it'll
I don't know.
survive all of the movement that we know took place after the alleged events of 34 Fairview. I don't know. I mean, I'm not smart enough. Is there some sort of natural adhesive that would keep those in place? Because I don't get it. I don't know how they aren't blown off. I just don't. And then the dent and the scratches. I mean, give me some evidence that they weren't there forever. Who knows? Little scratches. Yeah, every car I've ever had eventually has a couple little scratches here and there.
Right here and there. Right. Scratches, little scratches.
And if,
right.
In a parking lot, maybe a little ding from somebody's, wayward shopping
Yeah, I
cart.
think she did say. She said that there was a little ding in the door or something. I mean, my car, all of our cars have dings and scratches if you're using them. I mean, it's all. How convenient it happens to be where the taillight is. I don't know. I mean, this is a very important witness for the Commonwealth, no doubt about it. And you're right, Hank Brennan. After a morning of apparently, as we know, we read on that the daughter, I call her the daughter. She's really guardianship of John O'Keefe, and she talked about how the relationship seemed to have deteriorated after Aruba. No shit, Ollie. Okay, of course it did. I mean, it put it clear that there was no relationship and it had run its course. But Karen Reed, to me, I don't know. Yeah, maybe she was screaming at him because he was, you couldn't just tell her. She had to see you screwing around with somebody and kissing somebody in Aruba. Fine, all right. But I think I don't think that young women on the jury are going to be surprised about that. But a reason to kill, and then why is she hugging and kissing him? Well, just to set him up in a snowstorm to go kill him later on at night,
Yeah, that's a big disconnect, I think, when they're trying to build that, whatever was going on with their relationship, they're trying to build it into some, evil moment, that would
Right.
lead to an intentional killing. I've never really seen it. I still have not seen it with the evidence we've seen in this case so far. Is this officially day 15 or is it still day 14? Because yesterday was kind of a washout.
They're calling it day 15 because they did
Okay.
have that Zoom yesterday, so that's
Oh,
day
okay.
14. So, really just
So
day
we know
15.
the kids testified. I was
One
pretty
kid.
close.
They didn't call
Only
the
one. They only
kid,
had
they only had the girl. Yeah.
they had K.
Well,
Yeah, it's her first initial. They only had K. So, I figured that would be long done by the morning break, and it certainly it was. If you're cross-examining her, are you asking her anything?
now, I didn't, but Yannetti did. Yannetti said, well, she helped to hear, she helped to hear, she helped to hear. She said, yeah, on some things, yeah. I guess that was okay because she was offering testimony, severe testimony, and on what happened. And I guess they wanted to make the point that Karen Reed did help, but she's not going to give them everything. She gave them a few questions, and she said,
I-
yeah, she did help me. Yeah.
I think the only thing I would have asked, and maybe it gets dangerous, but I would have asked if she felt that in that moment when that phone call took place and there was the passing of the information from Karen through her to Jen McCabe, did you think Karen was genuine? Did you think that she was really upset? So that maybe it
Interesting.
reinforces, she wasn't acting. She was freaking out. Did you think she
Yeah,
was,
she's frantic. Yeah.
was
yeah.
she really genuine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The word
She's
she used was
freaking out.
Yeah, the word she used that she was frantic, right?
So,
Yeah. I think you can infer that without asking it, and then she was frantic.
Yeah.
It's dangerous when you have children who have already. I mean, this is already. How this has got to have affected them, but their whole life has been affected by tragedy. And it's dangerous.
Well, tell me this, because I heard just bits and pieces. I was actually doing some work stuff earlier, and so yesterday was a function of related to the testimony that we heard today, or was it totally disconnected?
No one has.
Nobody knows
indicated.
yet.
No
Okay.
one knows. I think it had to do with maybe proof of whatever happened, and maybe scheduling or whatever, because it's just a Zoom. And it was only 15 minutes is what's happening next. You know, so whatever it is, I guess we'll eventually find out. But whatever it is, pass by, and here we are. Hank Brennan is using the young lady, and I said he wanted to use her, the young woman. Friday, I think he wanted that to end the day with this crescendo, and now instead we're in the middle of the week, and quite frankly, I'm here like. Now I love this stuff, and you know that I love this stuff. But we had actually some honest troopers here. Okay,
Right.
Trooper
Very
Clark,
limited purpose, but yeah.
but honest troopers going. It was so refreshing to see, except for the one guy who got the memo about he was a case agent. You know, everybody, oh yeah, he was a lead investigator. Yeah, he was a lead investigator.
But I did
Clark,
see, and I did note that
didn't you know? Didn't you
somewhere.
love the? Could I have to ask you if you heard this? I actually loved him. At first, I thought he was an automaton, but the trooper who does the fingerprints, who wanted to talk about that they were a function of our evolutionary process, and he was just like, he was kind of cute.
Was that Evan Brent?
Clark before.
Oh, that was Clark,
Yeah,
Zachary
yeah,
Clark.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sandra Hunt, by the way, super sticker. Thank you for the donation, Sandra.
And Evan Brent was the guy that during Cross answered affirmatively when said, "You knew Michael Proctor was the lead investigator."
Yes,
and he
right.
said, "Yes, I knew that." So they get, you know, these are subtle things that the jury knows, but it's nice to reinforce occasionally, especially with somebody from the Massachusetts State Police,
Right.
because it kind of makes Bukhenik look like a bigger, you know, liar, defensive, you know, evasive guy.
Yeah, now riddle me this, okay? Yannetti was very successful in Proctor, all the time. Very, very successful in that. But she wouldn't allow the trooper, was it, let me see, I can't read my own writing. Was it Brent? To answer whether or not Proctor, who was doing the reports when you went to do the investigation, did you know that there was a relationship or a friendship between Albert and Proctor and all? And she wouldn't allow any of these questions. And I thought it was outrageous because, you know, if you're the second trooper, maybe you would ask things different. You'd say, you know, Sarge, Lieutenant, whatever. I think we should ask this, right? Joe Jacqueline told us.
Well, you know, she's going to cut off any opportunity to reinforce what we all know, and that is that this is an incestuous collection of people, and so she's not going to let that happen. I mean, that's consistent with the way she's been. Here's a great.
Doesn't she? Oh, I'm sorry. You want to read Blessing text?
Yeah.
Doesn't she trying to cut off now the third party culpability by not letting those questions be answered before we even get to the defense case?
That's a good point. It's definitely it's an overlapping area, because just because these folks had a relationship doesn't necessarily equate to third party culpability. It may equate to poor investigation, but maybe not third party culpability. But you could certainly make the argument, if they're more invested in their relationship with one another, they're more likely to cover for one another. So yeah, it's I just think it should be allowed, period, on either of those fronts. But again, why would she do that now? She hasn't done it. Okay, bring that question back up so we can look at that again. There we go. Thank you. Michael, I was telling Joey, who disagrees with me, that I think physics would allow for a wet hair to stick to a car at lower speeds. Linda, have you ever tried to get wet hair off a shower wall? What, like I don't wash my hair? It's not easy. What do you say? You know, I guess to me, if I'm picturing the physics of those two scenarios, somebody getting hit by a car in a light snow at the time, if you believe the Commonwealth as to when this happened, that's not like doused as your hair in the shower might be, right? And the walls of the shower and the wall of the car may be similar. Maybe they're both wet-ish, but he also doesn't have long hair, right? Didn't have long hair. He had very short hair. So to me, then you got far less surface matter. You know, if we're comparing longer hair that might cling to the wall in the shower, as Blessed in Texas is suggesting, she's suggesting longer hair stuck to the wall in the shower, got more surface matter that would stick to a bigger area on the wall. So I don't think it's a given. I'm just wondering if it's possible. You know, I'm not even getting to likely or that's a perfect, you know, explanation. I don't even know if it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna hear a lot of things. So remember, the glass comes from different sources, right? Right. The glass comes from absolutely different sources. We also know that DNA was taken from different people, but not taken from, and these questions she did allow, what was it? It was taken from Proctor and Bukhenik, but it was not
And that's
taken
it.
from the chief. It was not taken from Tully. And when it's not taken from Brian Albert or Berkowitz, I think I wrote down. And remember, there's that extra DNA that's on the sneaker that is unaccounted for, and it's unaccounted for because you may all think that they keep the DNA in a police database, right, for crime scenes. They do not. All right, this was a big bone of contention with the unions when DNA started. So I think the final agreement that negotiated with most places, well, if you work a crime scene and there's an issue of DNA contamination, you get to take the DNA, but then it gets dismissed and it gets destroyed thereafter. So that every new crime scene that you work, you're only going to take the DNA of the troopers that are on it. So there's no mass general database for troopers that work crime scenes in any state. It's all been negotiated by contract, and their police are dead set against their DNA being taken. Ours, it's fine for a database, but there's
Yeah, I can understand that, but in this particular case, why would you not be swabbing everybody that could possibly have been at the scene? You know, and did you say Kevin Albert too? That was one of them they did not swab.
Yeah, they did not take Kevin Albert, Brian Tully. I thought it said I can't read my writing. The Chief Berkowitz, Brian Albert, and Kevin Tully, no swabs. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So again, why don't you do that if you're doing a complete? Now this guy, and again, this was what's his name again? Evan Brent. That was Evan Brent, right?
Brent.
But he's only doing what he's told. You know, he's
Mhm.
not going out there to just swab whoever's hanging out. He's, who do you want me to do?
Right.
And then he does it.
Right. Yeah, and then no, it was a Brent or was it Gallerani?
Oh, it was Gallerani. You're right. It was
Gallerani took the DNA.
It was
Okay,
the
yeah,
Needham,
yeah.
the Needham PD guy. They have to
The
go to
Needham
Needham
guy.
PD to get
Yeah.
this guy because he had more buckle swabs, I guess. You say buckle or buccal?
I say buckle. They say buccal.
I say buckle too. I don't know why.
I say buckle swabs.
Anyway,
Yeah, so I think both are probably appropriate.
there's one of them doesn't reign supreme. There was a point with Evan Brent's testimony I thought was interesting. They were asking about the piece of evidence that he found, and he described it as being a foot to a foot and a half under the snow. Did I mishear that?
No, that's what he said. He said the snow was a foot under the snow.
So I'm guessing that had to be one of the plowed areas where snow had been plowed on top of what was already there naturally. Because when was there ever?
Well, we don't know because we don't have reports of where things were found.
I know.
I
know.
That is the great thing is they had Clark, who again was great. He was like crime scene 101. You know, yes sir, no sir. This is what I do. We ever called back to the scene after February 2nd?
February 8, February 10, February 11, February 18. Nobody requested to take pics. Nope.
No, and that's the unit. That's the crime scene services unit that's supposed to be doing this stuff. And
but again, these guys are they're not detectives. They're just the technicians. So they go where they're told, they do what they're told, and that's it. And if you're not told to go back on those days, you wonder, why wouldn't somebody? And then we get back to why there wasn't even at least a cell phone picture of each of these subsequent discoveries, right?
Right.
Nothing.
It's most interesting that the Traverse, right? The Chevy Traverse. How many pictures did we see of that all nice and
Yeah,
cleaned
it's
up this
very
morning?
well photographed.
Oh my God, it's so well photographed. All right, compare the SUV, right?
And that was on the 3rd. Is that right? That was on February 3rd that they did the Traverse at One Meadows. I think that's the date I've got listed
I wrote
here.
too.
Again, I don't really fault any of that. They're finally looking it over, but it looks like it's a centerfold Playboy spread. They've taken so many photos, but nothing really of substance of anything else they were investigating. I don't understand.
Yeah, and don't you like the fact that Maureen Brennan was called to the crime scene? Okay, when she was called to do this, there hadn't been a determination there was a crime. The medical examiner hadn't called it a homicide. The only people that are calling it a crime are now, Well, Proctor, and by the way, Proctor's name had to be mentioned. You couldn't keep. I needed an abacus to constantly do everything right. Because the one thing defense was very good. Proctor was everywhere. He was there when she got there. She's there, here, there, everywhere. You know. Oh my goodness gracious! Amazing. CM Lovell has an interesting thing. He said they were planning to blame the snowplow driver, but Karen got in the way. Maybe blame the snowplow driver on accidentally running him over or something like that. It's possible.
Sure.
I mean, maybe that's why he was so helpful to the defense. He's saying, "Oh, he knows about the situation there, and but for the grace of God, go I."
But I keep thinking back to the injuries and the causation issue, and I've never been hit by a snowplow, and with any luck, I will never be hit by a snowplow. But that's going to be some very interesting, I think, very specific injuries, right? The very, whether you're hit with the blade, which is what I'm assuming you would be hit by the blade. That's going to be huge gashes, and probably not a bunch like on his arm, but more likely one or two very serious, deep gashes. And I don't see any of that either.
So, but the snowplow was called Frankenstein, if I recall, right? And it had a piece on the side, so that prevented you from like running over, ruining the curbs and stuff. But they called it Frankenstein. It was so big. So
That's right.
Remember?
It was made up. Yeah, they put it together of all kinds of parts from other. They cannibalized this from that machine and this from that machine, and they kept that big one alive for lucky.
Yeah. So. I don't know. So, interesting morning for the prosecution. This is a day they needed. They needed to have a day like this that just, here's the people from CSS, here's the crime scene person, here's the guardianship daughter, who John took over. They wanted that. I just think that, I mean, to get her in to say that the relationship was going down the hill. Okay, that's what you said. But, Karen had kind of said that in her text. It was going, and she knew it was for her, and she wanted to sell her house, and she wanted to buy a house in Tiverton. And Tiverton, by the way, is a beautiful location in Rhode Island. It's on the bay there. It goes to the ocean. It's absolutely magnificently gorgeous. It's one of the river towns that is across there. And that's what she always wanted to be, on the beach. And it's close to Westport, that's in Massachusetts, there, and that's what she wanted. So, I mean, it didn't sound like she was so upset if she had to go be where she wanted to be. Eventually, she realized getting her life together. That's the feeling I'm getting out of it. Yeah. Do you get upset when you feel used? Yeah. Do you get upset? Do you feel like I'm here, the babysitter, and you leaving me to babysit because you're not even, you're not having anything to do with me, but you're using me? I think you can get upset. But is that a motive for murder? No.
Yeah, I wonder, if that top charge didn't exist, and assuming they still went to trial, what would we be talking about? Everything we focus on, everything we talk about relates to that intent issue, right? And that stuff, if these guys pled this properly and tried it properly, in my opinion, would not even be an issue. You'd be focusing on the stuff we're hearing today is good. If the jury believes it, the hair on the vehicle, the glass on the vehicle, all of that relates to the possibility that she, without knowing or otherwise, bumped into, ran into, nicked him, that there was some contact. I'd be focusing on all of that and this whole motive and the buildup of the relationship. And it would be nowhere near this jury.
Yeah. I said this morning, Michael, this is a Dewey hit and run case for the prosecution. That's what they should be trying to prove. Period. End of story. We see it all the time across, cases across the United States. You're drunk, you accidentally hit somebody, you nick somebody, a Dewey hit and run. Did the injury, the collision cause the injuries that caused your death? That's the case. That's the case.
Yep. And if that were the case, and remember, we think there was a lot of leverage being applied, and that whole, to me, one of the most devastating pieces of evidence is that text. I believe it was from Matt McCabe saying, if she pleads, this will be over quickly. If not, it's going to be an episode. In a nutshell, and this was within
3 hours later, right?
Yeah.
3 hours, right?
In a nutshell, that is the germ of an idea that somebody had something in mind here that was far from finding out what really happened. It's going to be huge in closing. We know that, and the jury's going to have to latch onto that because once you get that nugget And if you analyze it, everything else seems to kind of fall into place, right? That they charged her with these 3 charges, but we in the jury, anybody here see any motive? Anybody see any intent to run him down? I think they disposed of that pretty quickly, which I think the first jury did as well. And we can get into the whole issue with the verdict slip and whether there's any instruction as to what to do if you're agreeing in total on one charge versus another. That's going to be an issue to be discussed later because it was such a mess in the first one. But I think the first charge, I think they dismiss it pretty quickly and move on. And then they focus on the guts, which to me is, did she accidentally hit the guy while she was, inebriated?
Yeah, that's real. That's the guts of the case. Yeah. Now I couldn't hear, and I had to go look at them. I had a hard time hearing the 2 clips they played, and apparently it had to do with Karen Reed in those 2 clips saying something that John wasn't jealous of Higgins, so getting rid of that motive. I had to go back and listen. I asked everyone in our chat, did you hear what was said there? Because I think that was what they were using the clips for, to say she even said in these things that he didn't know. But it's clear to me, and we talked about it last night, is the plumber hot too, and the hot. I can't imagine somebody calling Higgins hot. I'm sorry, but that's the way,
Hey, come on.
Life
To each his
is.
own. Come on.
Right, but maybe, when your self-esteem is been pretty ragged, and as hers is, when you look at those things, she's got a terrible self-esteem about how, she
I
never gets
know.
what she wants. And
let me derail you for a second here, because we talked about this when you look at the text, and she talks about the hillside. That's one of their hangs. That's one of the only places that's not kind of the subject in this. You got McCarthy's, you got Waterfall. Hillside was kind of a staging area where a lot of folks went before they went somewhere else. But she talked about the competition being low there. Low competition. What he was calling her hot, and so that is either low self-esteem or false modesty. It's one or the other.
Yeah, I don't get the impression it was false modesty, but it sounded like a low self-esteem. I never get, just the whole thing. I never get what I want. And remember, we know that she has some medical issues, and all,
Sure.
because we know that because how do we know it? Because
Gosh.
the chief lead investigator, Michael Proctor, had them in the text about how she had something a leaky something or other. It was so disgusting, right? Talking about her colon, basically.
Yeah. And to take the relationship issue to the next level, where you think you might be getting intimate with somebody and you have these kinds of issues, it can be a major roadblock. That you're just like, I can't go there. And if I do go there, I've got to be very certain who this person is, how it's going to be interpreted, how understanding they're going to be. Those are things that most people don't have to deal with.
And so we have another question from Amelia Walsh. Amelia, thank you so much for your donation. Why are the Commonwealth just dumping video and evidence onto the jury with equating it to their theory of the case? Are they trying to lose the important vid? I think that my view was they were trying to get her to hate her right off the bat. That's what they were trying to do. Since we are in week 4, pretty soon going to week 5 without having a cause and manner of death before the jury in a murder case. Okay. So my feeling is they're trying to dump that all by trying to get her to hate her. They don't care about their theory of the case. They just want people to hate Karen Reed.
Yeah. And they used that one early on where she was mimicking her, John O'Keefe's mom, It looks like he was hit with a car. It looks like he was hit by a car, which is probably the worst thing that they have used in terms of reflecting on her. But then, we heard the mom testify and, seemed pretty consistent, right?
Sounded just like the mom, right?
Yeah,
I know, it sounded just like her.
But I don't think those clips on balance make her look horrible. I mean, some of the things she said, you wonder, if it was smart to say them when, you're facing murder charges. But it doesn't make me hate her.
No, it doesn't make me, but I think the Commonwealth thinks that the jury will hate her. And basically was the only clip that the defense fought was the one with the mom, because they thought there was no reason for that. And I agree, there was simply no reason for that. They weren't impeaching. She hadn't said anything that caused that clip. That clip wasn't impeaching anything, about it. As a matter of fact, the mom was the one who supposedly said it, and everyone confirmed it. What is she doing here when she's at the hospital? Now, if the mom hadn't already been told by somebody that they think that Karen Reed killed him, I could see that. I could see if the mom was told that, right? Remember,
Yeah.
she rode
Sure.
with Jen
Why
and
else would she
Kate.
say that unless there's some history of animosity between them, right? And you know, like that she's already feeling that there shouldn't be a relationship. And so why is she here? That's the only way that makes sense, unless somebody has told her about their theory of the night.
Yeah, and it wasn't Jen McCabe and Kay Robinson they'd go well, one of the two said well both of them said they'd go pick her up because she didn't have a four-wheel drive car and they said, "Oh no, we had two four-wheel drive cars." So there was a reason why they wanted to travel with her, it appears. And I assume that that's when she was told by one of them oh yeah, Karen Reed must have hit and killed John, right? And then so when she got to the hospital, she's saying, "Well, why is she doing here?" You
Right.
know, so
Yeah,
so
there's something had to happen probably in that car ride. It was very short. But you know what the Commonwealth ended up getting out of her as well with that little clip is it's basically an opinion of causation
right,
by the mom.
right, right.
You know, another unqualified
Doctor.
expert giving an opinion. Because I know, you know, I used to ask my mom for opinions all the time. She was quick to give them, whether they were supported or not. So yeah, I mean, it's a small thing, but the jury hears a regular person say it looks like he was hit by a car. It definitely helps the Commonwealth.
Well, also we had Dr. Uri, you know, he was
Dr.
surprised
Uri,
by
Dr. Uri
Dr.
Bukhenik,
Uri,
yes.
Bukhenik, and you know, when you don't have your medical examiner saying it, you know, well, what's coming. I guess that's what you do. You rely on everybody else, and you hope that people adopt it, and you hope that people say, okay, there's a scratch on the car, there's a dent on the back of the car, there's glass in the car, she was drunk. People are saying they didn't see him after she left. Therefore, it had to be her that was a hit and run and left. That's their case, really. That's their case, right?
It is. And again, if we get off that top charge, you know, those are all very strong points for the Commonwealth. Sandra Hunt, why harp so much on Karen for drinking when it seems to be a requirement. All law enforcement in Canton love their booze.
Right.
You know, when Higgins in his only testimony from trial one, we were going through that last night. I think we're going to go through some more of that tonight,
Yes,
right?
we are. Yes.
Because the stuff we're hearing today, not exactly riveting, but his stuff, because it may come back again, either through him or somebody else. His testimony is I think very interesting. So we'll get back into that.
And maybe we should go find the clips that we can understand and see what the Commonwealth was doing, and maybe look at those because they were apparently her refutation of what Higgins was saying. You know, Higgins and John having a beef.
You mean from
this morning?
Higgins' testimony?
Yeah, from this morning. Yeah, apparently those that's what I'm told. That those two. Hold on a second, I will get you the exact wording. If I could find the exact wording, was that those clips were used to have her refute Jackson's theory about a jealous fight with Higgins. So since I couldn't hear what they say, I can't really comment on, even though I was here listening what they say. But maybe we should go find those and how we hear it and what the jury heard when we talk about the whole Higgins thing tonight.
Okay, make a note of that.
I have it.
My reference to Higgins relates to this question from Sandra Hunt because he starts ticking off how many whiskeys and ginger beer or whatever it was he was having. There's a lot of them through the course of not all that many hours, 3 or 4 hours maybe, and he had it sounded like at least 8 or 9 at various times. Now, not every single bar is watering down their liquor. But maybe it's only 80% liquor. Maybe it's a little watered down. Still, unless you're tolerant, and I've talked about this before, we don't know the tolerance level of any of these people, except historically, it sounds like they drink a lot. So we know that means the tolerance level goes up, and instead of getting drunk on 2 drinks, it takes 6, right?
Right, especially if they are watered down. Maybe it takes 8. Who knows?
Right.
Because remember, Karen Reed said her drink was watered down.
Yeah, and again, information we don't know. And maybe we'll never know. What was the actual liquor content, really? And what is the tolerance level of any of these people? We're not going to know that stuff.
We know they drink. And
we know they drink a lot.
And when he goes back home, he drinks even more. Remember, all they do is drink. I mean, John O'Keefe, rest his soul, got up in the morning in those text conversations. He told that he was still hungover from her, right? I mean, it seems to me and they drink and they drive. They drink and they drive, okay? And so
with some sort of impunity, and maybe it's because they think if they're pulled over, there's going to be some understanding that as long as they don't run into anybody or anything, get home safe. Nobody seems to be worried about it.
No one is worried about it. I mean, it's so different. We're here in New York. They'll take your shoes if you're drunk and walking. You know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In most states, and I'm actually a little surprised that it's such a cliche though to suggest that the culture there in the Boston area, large Boston area, is so nonchalant about drinking. It is. It's a cliche.
This is a good question. They say, why no one can see scratches on bumper and dent in John's Traverse? Well, it also depends how you're hitting it and what the side of the force is, and this clearly that Traverse was hit. There was no doubt that was hit.
Yeah, it moved. And if it was truly, light to light at a very slow speed, that's obvious. It was a very slow speed. Then all you're going to see is damage to one or the other, or maybe both of the lights. But if we don't see any damage to the Traverse light, doesn't tell me anything.
Right. Doesn't mean
It
that
doesn't tell
it
me
wasn't
anything.
hit. And everyone agrees that she kind of now hit it and that she had at least a fracture in her taillight. But I'm telling you, when she leaves that car, there is no way. I mean, I was saying, where was Michael Bryant with our exemplar? Because those big pieces, and I was using this because I'm saying this is about the size of the two pieces, what I have here. There's two of these, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is about the size of one of the bigger pieces. It's a touch shorter, maybe, but it's pretty darn close.
It's pretty big, and you don't see those fractured off. And then they broke the housing when they tried to get the taillight out of the car. So they broke the housing, right?
Yeah. It's definitely not in whatever condition it was that night. It's been altered.
Well, Colin Six Hitter says,
what is that?
Said the car repairman was at John's house the next morning. Yeah, I don't think he can do bumper work. I don't think they can do body work in the morning. They had the Traverse repair. Who knows?
I don't think
I didn't see. I don't think they came into evidence.
From the impact, which was so slight, cracking the taillight makes sense, and no visible damage on the Traverse makes sense.
Makes sense to me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It was such a slow speed, just barely enough to nudge, the wheel, the rocking motion. In the transmission, there's a little play, right? It's not like when you're parked in park, the car won't move at all. No, it'll move. It'll move just a touch because those are teeth, the teeth in the gears. There's always a little space. So it'll move just a touch, as we saw. But it's not like it's pushing the vehicle so hard the wheels were locked and it was skidding, right? It's just a natural rocking.
Backed into anybody in a parking lot. One car could have damage and one car not. And you take it down, you take the license plate, because now you don't call the police, right? And you can, one car could have damage and one car. You see it West Side Highway, somebody hits somebody. One car has damage and one car doesn't. The location of it, what it was hit exactly.
Yeah, and those are far more severe than that little bump that happened to the Traverse. So
yeah,
it's not. I can't imagine there was worse damage. Why would you hide that? I mean, the cops would go to One Meadows Ave somehow and fix the damage before the photos were taken. I mean, that's ridiculous.
No, but they did take great photos, which shows they could take great clear photos, right?
Yeah.
I wonder who took those great clear photos, right?
Well, we heard who it was.
Oh, who was it? Oh,
it
was the guy,
Evan Brandt. That was Evan Brandt.
Right, the crime scene guy. Yeah, that's what he does. No one to be going back to.
He was not requested to go to 34 Fairview on the 8th, the 10th, the 11th, 18th. No, he was not.
Right. Never requested to go there. Okay.
Okay. Here's a true crime geek test. How many people, be honest, when you heard a lessee say no objection to the evidence being offered, that you were excited? You're excited. Raise your hand. Come on, because he's going to be handling the cross-examination of this witness. And I think that's going to be kind of interesting, especially now that we're starting to learn more about what's in the box.
Only because he was so no objection. You're right. I mean, he was this morning. He was so. I mean, it's like he's been on drugs. Waiting for this moment, because this is a real crime moment. I mean, I'd be excited about that. I mean, I want this on the record, quite frankly. And the court reporter did have it on the record about what's happening, and then they had to pull out what's in those other bags and tell you what's in the other bag. I mean, they had to.
Oh yeah, and they're going to go through that probably, Brennan will try. Yes, there's some things in the box you mentioned. Let's go. He's going to try and water it down, make it no big deal.
He was shocked. He was shocked. You could tell he was shocked.
And then Alessi's going to swoop in when he gets to cross and start going through all. You mean all of these things were in this same box? Who had control of all of those? Where were they stored? Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Oh, I think the whole thing is going to be really fun. Yeah, unless he just can't control. So there was one comment here that Amelia watched. Let me just put this up because I thought this was interesting. My son hit a car. His car hadn't a scratch, and the other car had a fine dent and a broken light. It happens.
No doubt.
Jurors, I think, are going to look at that. They're going to look at their own view. You're right. I mean, we look at everything within the lens of our own experience.
Don't check
right?
your common sense at the door.
Yeah, or your experience at the door, or what's happened to you.
My son had he was living when he was in Pittsburgh last year, working with the Pirates. He parked in a very tiny downtown area, and he bumped into the car that was nearest his. Nothing on his car. $1,200 on the car that he bumped into, and it was right in the taillight area. So broke the taillight. Wait a minute. Yeah, he could be an expert in this case.
Right, he could make it experts. Yeah, Lesson in Texas has most bumpers plastic conglomerate now, so they don't dent.
It's true. They'll actually absorb and and pop back into shape. That's true.
Yeah, and the Traverse was kind of flat, whereas the Lexus is got this like
kind of bulbous.
Yeah, bulbous is a good word. Like W.C. Fields. You can look it up. Like W.C. Fields knows.
Bulbous.
Okay. Yeah, I only think I say that because I was at a function the other night, as you know, and someone was saying something. We were trying to remember who it was that said it. It was W.C. Fields. So he was on my mind. Like I spent a week in Philadelphia one day or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Something like, I don't remember
one of his
exactly.
classics.
Yeah.
Who put pineapple juice in my pineapple juice? I remember that one too. Yeah.
I won't say the one that I remember because it's a family show. Cheers. Yeah. Cheers. Let's.
We got to do one of these again soon. Where in the world is justice? We haven't.
I dimed you out though. Where you're going this weekend? I shouldn't have.
Oh yeah. Well, then I won't be recording anything. I may record something anyway from there. But yeah.
Well, they just know you're going to California.
Well, I'll come. I always like to find some nugget that relates to wherever I may be, even if I'm there for other reasons. Just because it's interesting for me because there are stories everywhere.
Yeah.
In this country and across the globe, and it's fun to find them. Like when I was doing my research on Dedham, or as I like to call it, contentment.
I can't believe it was called contentment. And why would anyone want to change from contentment to dead ham? Dead ham.
Yeah, I still think it should now be called "What in the hell's going on here, town?"
Yeah. We talked a little bit this morning about reminding people who may not have been in the chat yesterday about the fact that you had Erica having a shirt on that says, Norfolk was run by criminals or something to that effect.
Yes, criminals control Norfolk County. I think it was.
Yeah. That's and it was modeled after the Supreme, which is a very popular brand that had some kind of not Norfolk, but some kind of similar thing on it.
Very stylized, right?
Right, yeah. Very stylized, and that's from Microdots and Richie and Microdots. And I said, look, go take a look, go buy a sweatshirt. We're going to be doing a whole thing about our store, which has a lot of stuff on it. I have to do maybe something for members, and we'll put it publicly and do just a shopping trip, right? A shopping trip, okay?
We'll turn in the Home Shopping Network.
Yeah, well, everybody has a merch, and we just happen to have one of us who tends to shop, and I asked Diz to design a poker sweatshirt and sweatshirts with this and that, and we're like real designers here, okay? Okay, Brian Stockport.
Did you notice whom he met? I know. I was looking at my notes. I know Proctor was there.
Proctor's everywhere.
Yeah, he's everywhere, but in court at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I think was there anybody else? New Proctor was the lead investigator. That's how they got that in.
Okay, right? Brian, tell us who that you see, because I don't think
there's somebody else that we're missing. Who is it?
We're missing. Yeah.
I mean, once somebody says they saw Proctor there, I'm kind of okay.
I put Proctor down, and I add to my count of like 35 times Proctor's been mentioned. Like, is he here in the court? Is he anywhere in the courtroom?
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
also this guy Brent also said,
Tully. It says
oh,
Mary
Tully was
says
there too.
Tully.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do seem to travel in pairs.
Yeah. And oh, did you
Uh,
hear that thing that the judge wouldn't allow this morning? And really vociferously when he said that Tully was no longer head of the crime scene services, and did you work with him and blah blah
oh
blah.
yeah, no, no,
And
no,
the judge wouldn't
no,
allow it. And then
no.
he says, "Well, who's a head of it now? Objection." I mean, it was why was it so vociferous, Michael?
I know. And to me, that was more than you needed, because it made it sound more important than maybe it is. The jury is wondering why that's so objectionable and why is that being kept from us. I don't think it's nearly as important in many other things. So, sometimes those things can draw attention to the wrong stuff.
Yeah.
You were probably talking about this morning because I saw this last night when it came across, and I read this morning. My thought has always been I'm not pro death penalty. I think it applies in certain cases. Life without parole, I think it should always be subject to review. I don't know if I could get past it with the Menendez brothers. I know they have tremendous support, and obviously from the family, and most of what you read is support, right?
Right.
I was kind of like, if they get out, they get out. If they don't, they don't. I mean, I really wasn't passionate on either side. I think certainly they've done their time. I am a little concerned that the risk assessment now says they're a moderate risk.
I was surprised about
I
that.
don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear they're a moderate risk.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the arguments that should be made on their behalf is that, look, they had targeted individuals, whether you believe they were being abused by dad or mom or both or threatened by both, whether you believe that or not, they had very targeted victims.
Right. And most people who commit family murders never commit another murder. Right?
Yeah, they had their reasons, right, wrong, or otherwise. So I'm just surprised they're a moderate risk.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Yeah.
That's what surprised me. I thought it was going to say like no risk, mild, done. Because I had the same thing. I really have, no skin in the game. I'm all for redemption. They've done a lot of time. They've been very model citizens, and all. The families support them. To me, that's a very important. The families are huge supporters of them getting out. So, it is what it is. I mean, I had trouble getting around the killing of the mother. Going back in and killing of the mother, but if the families support them, who am I to have that objection? But I could go either way. But now this gives them the right to get the parole. Mara says a California reporter thinks they'll get parole. I do too.
Of course they are. I mean, the way has now been cleared for that. That Hochman has kind of been pushed out of the way. I'm sure Gavin Newsom. I know I call him Greasy Newsom. He's had the opportunity all along to commute their sentences and get them out. I think for political reasons, he just wasn't sure which way the wind was blowing. Because, he's a very political dude. He's a politician. And if he thought it would help him, he would have done it a long time ago. I don't think he's going to stand in the way. And I'm not so sure he can. If the parole board...
Doesn't he have the right to reject the parole board? Just like some of the Manson people? Doesn't he have the right to do that rejection?
I don't know if he can override them. I'd have to research that. I don't think he would do that. I don't think putting his finger in the air tells him that it's good to oppose it as opposed to supporting it. If he just defers to the parole board and the system, then I think his position is, well, I'm safe then. I think.
And Sam Poop says, I think they're probably moderate just for a cover your ass with the parole board. Okay.
Yeah, so that they get out and something happens, they can say, I told you so.
I have
told you they were moderate risk.
I have to say, though, there is one thing in here that gives me a little bit of interest, okay? The previous DA was for them getting out, right? And the DA had other DAs in the office who were behind that. When this DA got elected, right, he changed the assessment. But who was the person who supposedly retaliated against the previous DAs because he didn't think the Menendez brothers could get out?
Mr. Lewin?
John Lewin, who was aligned with Gascon and not letting them out. So there is something there to me that says... I told you every time Lewin comes up, the Lewin baby comes up, the crybaby comes up. And by the way, we haven't forgotten yet. We've just been on this. We haven't forgotten. We're waiting for hopefully that transcript of that sidebar to be released so that we can shove it down. One reporter at one network knows about how right we are about the ethics being discussed at sidebar, because we reported 3 scoops. We had double sourced 3 scoops, and it turns out I think we were right, and no one has said we're wrong. Even John Lewin, when he complained about us, never said we were wrong. He just want to know how we got the information.
You know what we need to get? We need to get the transcript from the hearing in which they were talking about Justice Serve TV and you, and both our names were mentioned
need
on the
that.
record.
We need
to
that.
get that. Both our names were mentioned on the record. We could get that nice little,
And frame it. Yeah,
memento.
you're right. We need that. We absolutely need that. A
Okay.
country girl told my niece, who was an associate law professor in the Netherlands, about this case. She started watching. For her first thought, Karen may have done it, now fully behind Karen. I think that's what the prosecution is going for. And I keep saying Occam's razor, with the simplest thing. Well, she's got a dent on her car. She's got a scratch. There's a hair. She was drunk. She could have easily just nicked him easily. He fell down because he was drunk. He couldn't get up because he's so drunk. He fractured his skull, and then he died of hypothermia in the thing. And that's the easiest thing. And that's why. But if you start looking at all this other stuff, there's a lot out there that doesn't make sense, including the fact that you got like 5 people who are medical examiners and engineers who are going to say he wasn't hit by a car. And how do you get those injuries from a scratch or a dent
get
on his
past the
arm?
injuries to the arm, even if I give them the contact took place. If I give them that, okay, somehow she bumped him. How does that happen to your arm? How? I just don't understand it. But if you're on the jury, and this is why the jury selection is important in any case, there could be people on there that are looking for that simplest explanation. Like, can we just get the hell out of here? I mean, clearly this happened. She was drinking. The car has evidence that there was some contact of some sort. I don't care how all these other little things may have happened. He spun around, passed out, died in the cold. Let's get out of here. That could be a juror that hangs them up. I don't think you're going to get 12 people with that mindset. But what if you get half that are really into the details and they come to the same conclusion? The others are just going to go along for the ride.
So, it'd be interesting, because that's the situation. But you're going to have to look, the defense has to arm the people that are on their side with the tidbits that shows that she did hit him. And I think that has to be. And that's why I think it's so wrong for the judge not to allow the jury to know that the male forensic pathologist and then ARCA was hired by the Department of Justice. I think that is extremely important. Not to let them know that the medical examiner was really, was really pressured to change the opinion. Not to let them know the relationship that the Alberts. Not to let them know that there was a gift offered after she's arrested. I mean, how could you, if you're looking for the truth, how could you not let the jury know this type of stuff? And that's where I have changed with regard to this. I couldn't convict her because I don't see any proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't even see any proof that she hit him.
Yep, that's where I've always been at the end of the prosecution case, and no more enlightened on the defense case, because they're talking about a whole different series of alleged events. The conspiracy. What the hell happened? I don't know. Okay, well, I can't vote guilty. I just can't.
Yeah, that's where I am too. I can't. If the proof beyond a reasonable doubt means anything, it means something in this case. It doesn't mean I think she did it. Could she have did it? Well, it's the simplest explanation. Did you prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt? And I hope they have that juror on there.
Yeah, and there it is. They need to keep pushing reasonable doubt over and over and over. CM Laval. I agree.
Yeah.
Is that Chloe?
And they changed.
Is that a picture of Chloe?
Is that
on
Chloe?
there?
Is that Chloe?
Let's
They
get a
changed, by the
light
way.
impression.
By the way, isn't it interesting? There's pictures of Domino around. There's pictures of Tubi. I mean, Tubi's all over the internet. My previous poodle, Valjean. My previous poodle, Mycroft. My previous German Shepherd. There's pictures all over of them. No one has come forward with like family photos. Here you are in the backyard at the barbecue. Here's Chloe. Oh, look at my fun dog. Look at this. No one's come forward with pictures of Chloe, the real Chloe.
There hasn't
beforehand.
really even been a lot of discussion, other than the brief discussion about the rehoming, right, and the renaming. But we know that's a huge part of the defense case. So I wouldn't expect the prosecution to dwell on it, but I thought we might learn a little more. And I really think it's a huge issue that just resonates common sense when Jen McCabe is going into the house, into the bedroom, and Chloe, the angry dog, on a good day, Chloe's angry.
Right.
what about you coming into the bedroom where this is your domain, Chloe?
Right,
There's
right,
no dog that, well, obviously the dog's not there. And then you
right.
start, okay, well, why wasn't the dog there? What could have possibly happened that justified the dog not being there that night?
Yeah, and we didn't hear anybody from the outward saying, "Well, Chloe was sent away beforehand, or Chloe was at a neighbor's, or Chloe was." We didn't hear any of that, right?
No.
No one's come forward with that. I mean, I think that's the prosecution's burden. But touche. Let me ask you this, Michael: if the remedy for violations is a new trial, which is what the courts basically have said, right? But the same witnesses aren't called, can the defense ask for another remedy still? So in other words, you have a new trial here because the courts have said, well, if you didn't find, here's what they ultimately said with regard to the hung jury, the not guilty. Look, well, your remedy, and Judge Bev said this, your remedy is a new trial anyhow
Right.
here, right? So
Yep.
I think this is the same question. So if the remedy is a new trial, but then the same witnesses aren't called, does defense have an alternative motion to make at this point, saying,
Yeah,
hey,
the only
look,
thing they could do would be, again, assuming the end of their case, which we will see happen when the prosecution rests, is the motion for a directed verdict. And that would be based on those missing witnesses not helping the prosecution paint the full picture to get to that point where it can go to a jury. Remember, the standard is so high. Is there any reasonable juror that could not find guilt based on what the prosecution has presented? Well, they didn't present this person and this person and this person and this person. Well, it's such a tough standard, but that's at least a maneuver that you could make that would be far better than a new trial for the defense. I just think I don't care who they don't put on, highly unlikely that that's going to win the day for the defense. And I think people are already thinking, man, is there going to be a third trial? People are already thinking that. You can
yeah.
tell.
You can tell. All right, so Micah, now I'll tell you what is busy. Just uploaded a video to my channel that captures the hot mic moment earlier. I didn't know there was a hot mic. I kept saying hot mic moment, but I couldn't hear. And here it is. Someone called Yannetti an asshole after he asked for a sidebar.
Somebody in the gallery?
Was it the judge? It's got to be a mic.
No.
Wait a second. Wait. It's got to be an attorney. It's got to be somebody miking. It's a hot mic moment.
Well, remember how the gallery is close to everything. Like, remember, when Paul O'Keefe was rehomed, he could have said something if he were in that position or anybody there. That mic that's nearest him at the defense table could have picked up somebody in the gallery. That's my guess. Had to be somebody in the gallery. Can we get that? Can we get that and boost it?
No, apparently, yeah, boost it and see who it was. It was someone said it's either Judge Cannoni or Law.
Yeah, to making account says it was Bev.
Well, if it's a female, there's not very few females who are mic'd up in that gallery. Okay, remember she has control of the mics.
Well, let's narrow it down here by logic.
Okay,
it has to be the judge or somebody on the prosecution, right?
Right.
I'm taking the gallery out of it for now because they're further from the microphones. Okay, so that means it's McLaughlin. Is that her name on the prosecution side? Isn't she the only female?
Laura McLaughlin, right? Yeah,
Isn't she the only female?
Yeah, she's the one who apparently did the direct of the young woman, the daughter.
Okay, so now it's her and Judge C. Those are the only two females that are relatively close to microphones.
Yeah.
Right.
Who else has it? Is that Microdots has a video of it, of the comment? Is that it? It was if Judge. Seriously, it was a judge? Watch Microdots video. Oh my gosh, I don't know if there's a way we can pull the Microdots video into us. Richie, as you know, so it was said that we can use whatever we have. Let me go find it at least. Let me go find it on my phone and see if my phone can be put up to my microphone.
This would have been the sidebar that led to the why don't we eat now because lunch is here. Is that the no? That's not the sidebar we're talking about.
No, I think it was. I think it was earlier in the day. Let me see. Let me go to my X Twitter account, and by the way, we are simultaneously broadcasting on Twitter today. And for all of you joining us on Twitter, please come over to YouTube, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, so you know when we're on. But we've been broadcasting this trial, and we just found out we could also broadcast it on Twitter. We're getting a lot of activity. All right, let me see. So then I'm going to go to Richie's Microdots, and we've been
right after Yannetti demanded to be heard at sidebar, and I think that's how he phrased it. In fact, he says, "I need to be heard at sidebar."
Right, and he was pretty because she several times. It's not. It's what is before Microdots? There's a word before Microdots. When you look for it, hold on a second. Does anyone remember what the word is before microdots? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, there are lots of guesses other than the judge, but if it was
No,
truly a
no,
female voice, that narrows it
somebody
down.
tell me what the microdots' handle is. There's a word before microdots, so I can look it up. Come on, everybody. I know when the camera was
Wait a
painting
minute,
there.
is something happening?
Oh,
Does Missy have something? Dizzy has something? Oh, we're back? Oh, no, here it is.
oh,
Okay.
I miss it. I miss it.
I had that.
Hold on.
I need to be heard at the sidebar.
I will hear you.
I didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear it. You'll hear it. I'm looking at drop microdots.
I'm going to bump up my volume here.
How prejudicial did he?
I will hear you.
I heard something there at the very end.
Yeah, I did hear something there. Apparently, microdots is saying that based on their analysis, it is Judge Cannoni. If that's the case, if that's the case, that's really bad. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not ready to jump to that. That's so stupid. I mean, bad, yes, but downright stupid.
She was really angry about it because he went out 3 times because she objected, and he said, "I have to be heard."
And she's not on screen at that time. The camera's panning, it looks like, so we can't, read lips or anything.
Let me see if I can see my side phone more.
Yeah, she's well, she's standing, it looks like. Yeah, she's standing at that point because she's going over to meet them.
Looking at my phone.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustain.
Who are you approaching?
Go on to the next.
Well, I hear something that sounds like asshole. I don't know if it is, but I hear something that sounds like it.
Yeah, I heard at the very end, just before the clip ends, a very like a asshole, like a very
you can hear
it's
easier to hear on your phone for some reason.
I'm going to grab that clip and put it in my editing machine and boost it up to what we can get out of it. That's how we get the best hot mic moments. We had a few, remember, in YSL with the judge. Oh, good God. Remember that one?
Right.
In fact, I saved that. Let me see if I still.
And how about who was it that in this case, in the first one, that said, "I want to kill myself"? Was it Guarino? Was it Proctor? When he was being cross-examined, one of them on the stand said under his breath, and it was picked up. I want to kill myself. In terms of like, oh God,
like
being cross-examined.
Enough already. Yeah.
Guarino. He says Guarino. That's what I thought it was Guarino who said it. It was picked up. People don't realize, and that's why I objected when we had a lot of these cases that the microphones being in front of our clients, because you can pick up all this stuff, and some of the media, I won't say who, was trying to zoom in on our notes, and the judge and one of these cases wouldn't allow. Oh, they can zoom wherever they want, but then you have good judges like Evan Hernandez say, no, the media can't zoom in on your notes, they can't zoom in conversations or whatever, because everything is so kill me now. Yeah, he said kill me now. That was it, a dear one.
I've said that a few times. Speaking of cameras catching things maybe they shouldn't. Remember the Michelle Troconis case, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you got it.
Yes, I did.
Claudia Troconis sent us just yesterday an update on where they are. Again, for those who can't recall, Michelle Troconis convicted in the conspiracy to kill Jennifer Dulos, the wife of her boyfriend or ex-wife of her boyfriend. Happened in the Connecticut area near Farmington. Farmington's in Massachusetts, Farmington, Connecticut. Anyway, so we did the first interview with her, and we've kind of stayed connected as she's fighting now for the release of her now convicted sister, Michelle. And I'm amazed because I had predicted that there was a contempt hearing that was kind of a sidecar to the murder case. Obviously, contempt is a nothing compared to a murder charge, right?
Right.
But there was a document that related to the custody of the children. There were some minor children involved, and there was custody reports because the parents wanted custody, and there was a real evaluation as to who was best for the kids and what was going on at the time. Jennifer Dulos disappeared and was later determined to be dead, body never found. And a camera got a shot of Michelle Troconis's monitor, which had this report on it, this juvenile report. And that turned into a contempt hearing and charge against Michelle Troconis. I'm shocked that it wasn't just gotten rid of because, hey, you're convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, 15 years. Who cares about this contempt? That's still on. That's still on the court calendar.
Items are stored in a bag.
Oops.
Is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that information?
When
This
you
is back
store a
on,
piece of
huh?
evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safety,
I'm going to stay with you for a little
does
bit
the
to hear
evidence
this.
sometimes travel to other places?
Yes.
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
Yes.
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
Yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
He thinks this helps?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Do you, when you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. I may have one moment.
He thinks this helps. Oh my God, he thinks this helps. This is a surprise to him. It's clear.
Clean up on aisle 5, Hank. What a
Aisle
mess.
5, aisle 6, aisle 7, aisle 8. The whole store needs to be shut down.
He has to try and make it look okay that this stuff is
One
all
last
in.
question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of
Yeah.
smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Which ought to be fun.
I'm going to leave you now. I'm going to
you
listen.
can't stay away. I know you. You can't
I
stay
have to
away.
listen. I can't say, but I'll see you in 6. But I know you'll do good. This is like he didn't even know. He never looked at the evidence. She didn't look at the evidence. I don't know if the jury understands the importance of this, but I'm sure Alessi is going to make it very clear the importance of this.
Like I said,
wait.
Brennan tried to soften the blow, but man, oh, she's got the assassin gloves on. Watch out.
The whole bag.
And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll just in here.
After it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madeira Beach caregiver and I are having a battle over what you see in that car that was at the Cannon PD driven by Brian
Could you explain
Higgins.
what those are?
To be
These are
continued.
2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag. And these 2 items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take that.
Thank you.
When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab. I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer from
Please.
the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
Take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly.
No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P-190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P-194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
And there's a little bit difference, there's markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that you keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P-196, which is one. Same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange t-shirt.
Is it a fair? Should I write? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the t-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange t-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the t-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, move these 2 photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
Welcome.
Exhibits 148, A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P-232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17. Is the back of the orange t-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that t-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that, a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner, zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Now remember, for the most part, she is collecting and transmitting this stuff to the lab, the DNA
Please.
folks.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Could we now turn to the top right and zoom in, if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that T-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
I'd move these 2 into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
So there's the famous grass stain or poop stain or grease stain, which could be from falling or perhaps being dragged across the snow.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay?
I don't have any data or information to that.
Have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
And here we go.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witness? Thank you. Your Honor,
Show
pursuant to
Mr. Brennan what you're doing. Okay.
pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and for the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibits 150 through 153.
And Your Honor, there is one more exhibit that we have pursuant to stipulation offering that evidence of this. Next in order.
Check out the witness, Miss Maureen. she's kind of head down, bowed a little bit, and giving Alessi the side eye, like taking a peek. What's to come? What will happen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need it.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Unless I may approach for the witness. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle?
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sally Port on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustained.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sally Port Kent Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about above the lift gate, going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper and where it curls under the bumper, then with the bumper and then underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage?
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed a damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I would call it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verrier.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from that person?
That is correct.
Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they were blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains. Oh,
Sustained.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sally Port location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them. They had collected the frozen red-brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday?
And what was
Maybe,
the
I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your Honor's permission. Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
So
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just, so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the may I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the tail light. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the tail light? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the tail light, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct, I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, if that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight?
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more of a foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence, and I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all of the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss, I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes, and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, there's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With Your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you.
All right, who's confused? Raise your hand. Obviously, he's making it very clear she didn't do a lot of stuff that was either not asked of her or that she decided not to do on her own. Various things she did not collect, things she did look at, like inside the taillight. We've been talking about that. We've also talked about the undercarriage of the vehicle. She tested a couple of things, no blood there, not even any substance presumed to be blood.
With Your Honor's permission, if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With Your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and if you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure. Okay. And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only one sticker that you put on, and therefore only one volume of glass associated with one sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you too well.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yeah.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
I'm
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Sustained.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to we can go back to the none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video, thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
Oh, boy. Okay. I really hadn't considered the possibility of inverted glass shards, but apparently that's what we've got. And this woman is frozen in fear of what else might make her look like a
If we could go to Exhibit
doofus.
124, Mr. Woke, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it. Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they've passed.
Has anybody seen a worse picture of anything? I mean, it just looks like a Peter Max lithograph or something. I hope it's better for the jury because it's brutal. I find it's hard to see even shapes of the vehicle, let alone anything that's. I can't see moisture on that. It's frustrating.
If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening.
Here's the most important part of this footage here. 40 minutes was missing. 42 minutes, I think it was, that might have shown any activity at or
Accelerate
around.
it a little bit more.
the rear of that vehicle. Just so happens the area that
And
you
that's
really
good.
want to see.
And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So, that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it, correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Yes. Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier, you talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes, okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center as to, so Ms. Hartnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to the, and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle that. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. We talked you talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper?
Objection. So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It, in fact, wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours?
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your Honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, Your Honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle, so I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what
Sure.
you're talking about, and we won't give it a name,
Okay.
right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight, or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line? It's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair? Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Would it be helpful to you answering questions? Happy to do it.
Potentially, yes, thank you.
Mr. Wolf? Maybe we could zoom in if possible to each one, so we get it. Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side.
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall
Okay.
first, that you would like, and then we can, okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head-on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head-on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom, it's still the same from side to side, it's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is the one camera angle appears for who's ever taking the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes. Yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
There's same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Ronnie. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that, so that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
Oh boy. Okay, so I'm not even sure where to start because this is exploding my my synapses. Okay, let's just start with the most immediate. The hair. As Missy said, she's splitting hairs. I'm not sure she's willing to commit to splitting hairs because anybody can see that those two photos. I can't imagine in my brain. I'm not playing 3D chess here, but I can't imagine in my brain how you would, by moving the camera angle from one which is clearly head on to one that is slightly to the side, it would change the look of that hair to the degree that it obviously looks. It looks like a different hair. It looks like it's in a different position. It looks like it's it's the tale of two hairs. So I don't know why this is so befuddling to her, unless she's just afraid to admit, I never thought of that. But you're right. It does look like it's been moved or a different hair. We know she was there 2 hours. I'm not suspecting her of moving the hairs, right? But maybe while she was doing something else, someone else did, or maybe some wind did. And speaking of that, let's go back to what we were talking about just before she got into cross-examination. I was talking about all of these things that were so ridiculous. How does this hair stay on the side of the car through wind, rain, sleet, and snow? What is it, a mailman hair? It doesn't give up? There's no way that would have stayed on that vehicle. And he made such a great point. Alessi made such a great point when he's asking her, well, was it hard to pull off? No, it was easy. That I think is probably the truth, but it ain't the right answer. If it was easy for her just to pluck off with the little tweezers, didn't feel like it was stuck on there, adhered to the surface in any way, how does this magical hair stay on this vehicle while it's being driven, whether you call it 30 miles, 40 miles, 50 miles, 60 miles, through the remnants of a storm? How does it stay on there? Logic tells you, unless I get some physicist to tell me that there's some sort of black hole impact, it's a black SUV, and it therefore has a higher density of gravity, and therefore things stick to it more firmly than anything else under all circumstances, then I'm going to think that didn't get there the night of 1/29/22. That got there at some point after. And we know she looked at the vehicle on the 1st. So, okay. Let's see how this mess gets cleaned up.
Mr. Wolf? Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you can walk out at the end of the case.
Please follow me. Please rise for the jury.
I'm always waiting for hot mic moments now.
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's finding out, please?
I am going to grab that video I think we've collected and put it through my magic editing process and see if we can, change the equalization of sounds and bump it up and see if, who knows, it may be somebody ordering lunch. I don't know. Anyway, so that was a good place to leave this this jury, I'll tell you that. And unless he's not done, he's got a couple more things he wants to get into, but he's done plenty of damage. And part of it is to attack her process. I'm leaving this up because they may break and say something of importance. He's attacking her process to some degree, but he's really attacking the logic of what the prosecution is suggesting, right? And I'm definitely going to do an experiment on this. When we circle back at 6 o'clock tonight, we're gonna get into this. We weren't going to spend a lot of time on this. We thought we'd spend a little more time talking about some of the Brian Higgins testimony from trial 1, but this is some good stuff. To dig into this, not just in terms of, hey, that's great, legal maneuvering, very important style and tactic and technique, but the substance of it as it relates to the prosecution's case, as it relates to the defense trying to poke holes in that case, it's fascinating stuff. And don't get Linda Kenny Bodden started on this forensic stuff. She's going to, I smell a rant coming. So we'll probably get into that tonight. And I want to get that video, which is an aside, of course, but if a judge truly calls one of the attorneys an asshole, that's a major issue. So we'll see what we can do to kind of figure that out. But in terms of what we heard with this witness after lunch, before they finally broke for the day, it started with the whole multiple pieces of evidence in the box or bag that was a surprise to the witness. You really don't want your witness, a lab tech, a CSI, to be surprised at finding evidence combined with other evidence. And I'm telling you, Brennan had to go so far to make it sound like, hey, this is not a big deal. You have these other pieces and you put them in other little bags and then they're all in the box, correct? He knew this ship was going down. So that was one issue. And then, of course, once the cross-examination began, let me just hit some of the high points because we'll get into it in some detail tonight. And we all need a break to kind of reflect. Let's see. Where did she really go off the rails? Again, things we were talking about earlier today. Just common sense. I'm no genius. Just common sense things. But when I and Alessi seem to be in sync on stuff, I feel better about myself. I feel worse about him, though. Poor guy. So one of the things we were talking about was the scratches and the dent. Well, so what? If I don't know when those were caused and by what they were caused, I don't care. Let me show you my car. It's a lab experiment in the making. It could be used in many different cases. If you want to start pointing to parts of your car and things that are broken. Okay, well, how about this? Well, yeah, that could have happened with an accident. Well, how about this? So unless he was able to make it very clear to this jury, if they weren't already thinking this, that we have no clue when these scratches occurred or what caused them. We have no clue when this dent occurred or what caused it. And it was just easy for him to point that out, that she has no clue when that damage occurred. It could have been way in advance of anything that happened on 1/29/22. And then we got to the hair, which is very exciting. We talked about the taillight. We were talking earlier about having driven around with this vehicle. How come there's not all kinds of schmutz inside here once the lens breaks to protect the inside. How come this is not, full of road grime, etc.? He made it clear that there's no evidence. She didn't even swab. She didn't even swab inside the contained area of the tail light, which might have been a good idea. Again, maybe there's nothing there, but if you don't do it, it makes the jury wonder, wonder if there was anything there. Let's see. Oh, they talked about some of the blood on it. They talked about the clothing, right? Which was, that can be graphic and can be helpful for the jury just to get a sense of, what events took place. And for me, I'm thinking, okay, struggle versus hit by a car and spun around and knocked down, right? How do these colorings, markings, tears, bite marks, how do they all, help tell me, the jury, what happened that night? And so it was good that they went through every single piece. Didn't learn a lot. We found out some areas were testing positive for blood. Remember, she then packages everything, sends it over to the lab that does the DNA. So we're going to hear from that person or persons, obviously. Pants, same thing. The seat of the pants issue we've talked about. Do you get that kind of stain from it falling, from just falling seat of the pants, so to speak, on the ground, or do you need, is it were you dragged? I'm looking here at, I know I saw a question earlier today about the grass stain. Let's see, not the glass, although we do have some questions about that as well, but the grass stain. And let's see, most people think that, to get a grass stain, you need a little more movement, not just a fall, but a dragging, a rubbing, a scuffing. And there's no evidence at this point that took place. I think somebody else asked, they said, well, at that time of year, dead of winter, the grass isn't green. I disagree with that because I'm basically in the same area, and the grass, if it's not covered by snow, it is kind of green. But is it frozen where it's not going to shed coloration, the chlorophyll that makes it green, or is it not quite as moist, internally, because the grass becomes dormant, right? It's not growing, but it's still green. I could still run out and slide and get a green grass stain during the winter if there's not a bunch of snow on the ground. So I don't think that helps. I think the real question is, if it is a grass stain, and it looks to me more brownish than greenish, but if it is a grass stain, was it caused by just falling onto the ground, or did you have to be dragged in some form to get that to make that very big stain on the left cheek there? They looked at the boxers. I know the socks have been talked about a lot because we see them clearly in the hospital pictures, but nobody's talking about them. Nobody's saying a thing about them. And some have suggested, well, remember, John O'Keefe was a stickler about not wearing shoes in his house. And so maybe it's part of his DNA. I mean that kind of generically, not lab tech. Maybe he would always take his shoes off going into somebody else's house. In my experience, and I've known a lot of folks who are shoes off people, they don't necessarily just default to that when they go to somebody else's house. But it's been suggested, hey, he's a shoes off guy. So when he went to John O'Keefe's, he took his shoes off. Therefore, he's walking in the house in his socks. Therefore, he picked up some evidence, who knows, dog hair or whatever. And therefore, they should have tested the socks. I don't suggest they shouldn't have tested the socks. Of course, they should have tested the socks. We've not heard anything to suggest why they did or didn't. I'm just not willing to go quite as far as to say this guy is a shoes off guy at all times. Therefore, who knows what those socks picked up if he did go inside the Brian Albert house. Talked about the T-shirt. Oh, it wasn't a reference to when the presumption of blood. It's not just necessarily humans. It could be either primates or ferrets. I wasn't sure we shared that structure with ferrets, but apparently we do. I've known some people that I'm pretty sure they're part ferret, but I didn't know that our blood, when it's presumptive, not when they've done the full-blown test to confirm that it's human blood, but it could also be from a ferret. Primates, obviously, chimpanzees, etc., makes a little more sense, but ferrets? Okay, I talked about the dents, all of those things that we talked about, Linda and I were talking about before this cross-examination began. How about the top of the lift gate? Remember, Mr. Alessi was getting into the top of the lift gate, the exterior of the top of the lift gate, and she said she saw nothing notable, and she wasn't asked to look at that area. It only comes up again when we get to that horrible video where sort of, kind of, you can see snow melt or something coming from that top part of the rear of the car and then dropping down. And Alessi's trying to make some deal out about that. Well, when that plops down, do you see it hit the bumper? She was unclear, and I don't blame her because I don't know what the hell it is. It looks like a Rorschach test. So I know he's suggesting, well, that snow melt falls right on the bumper. Anything there, those pieces of glass would be dislodged. And I say pieces of glass. Are we sure there were 2 pieces of glass there? That was like a magic trick. That was, where's calling David Copperfield? It just seemed like what they had done. And I don't know that this was purposeful or just negligent or just bad lab work on her part from the scene. But it looked like, in fact, there was a mirror image of her label, making it look like there were 2 pieces of glass when there was really only one. We're going to learn a lot more on that. I know that's going to be fleshed out, but man, the signal that gives to this jury, in light of other things they've already heard about shoddy investigation or lack of investigation. Now they're going to start to think, whoa, I'm not sure we can believe anything from these people. That's clearly a mirror image of labeling, which suggests more glass perhaps than was actually found. And then don't get me back on the whole, how does the magic glass stay on that bumper? Remember, she testified it was not embedded in that bumper. So that's one of the few ways. If you drop, I would never drop this cup, but if you drop this onto a rubbery type, surface, like you drop this and somehow it breaks, you might have a little piece of the glass embed in the bumper. It's not going to embed. What a mess. It's not going to embed just because it lands there somehow. It's going to have to be a direct hit with some sort of force behind it. And she's testified that it was not embedded. Also, of course, another reason that it might have stayed in place while they're rocketing across the county. Okay, so and he got her to admit that it was a reflection, or it could be a reflection. She wouldn't go all that far, but she said it could be a reflection. I mean, the damage was done. Damage was done at that point. Brutal. I love the use of his word perched when he talked about the glass being perched on the bumper as it traveled all about on its world tour. I want to mention something about judicial notice because I think it was key. We got into the wind issue. Remember, they're talking about what the wind was like, and again, this relates back to the shard. I'm going to go back singular now. The shard of glass that was on the bumper and whether it would stay there or not. She didn't know what the weather was, and so he brings up basically it looks like a governmental weather chart, U.S. Weather Service, and it shows 15-mile-an-hour winds, average gusting to 37. How come that gets to come in without any sort of? You didn't even hear an objection. Well, judicial notice is what they're using there. I'm opening up the Justice Served Classroom just to lecture on a moment. Judicial notice is something that all parties and the court is being asked to take judicial notice that this is legitimate information. And it usually has to come from a governmental source. Why that's legit, I don't know. But go with me here. So governmental source, and it usually relates to sunrise, sunset, weather phenomenon, things that are observable, verifiable, and then somehow documented. And it is that information you're submitting to the court. It doesn't have to go through the normal, business records, hearsay, and other objections you might get because the court is able to take judicial notice that it is collected and documented in a way that is credible. And that's the reason any evidence is ever objected to. It's not credible. So you get past all that with judicial notice, which is what they were using when they put that information in front of this jury. And it's important because, again, it is magic glass, man. It's just clinging to that bumper. 37-mile-an-hour gust, and it stays on the bumper. It's amazing. Same thing with the hair. It's a magic hair. Those things. I was very impressed and surprised with the juxtaposition of the photos because I thought just in and of itself, how's that hair staying there? That's ridiculous. But to add to that, what looks like within a 2-hour period, the hair moved. Man, in a world where hairs move. So, yeah. Interesting. Well, we're going to get into all this tonight. I hope you will come back and join us 6 o'clock. I'm going to get busy putting together some of the bits and pieces. I'm going to put together some of the shards
of the case from today that we will talk about. Linda Kinney Bodden, of course, will be here. I hope you will be as well. Again, that'll be about 6 o'clock. It'll be 6 o'clock tonight. Our mods keep us honest. It'll be at 6 o'clock tonight. We will see you then for that. I'm Michael Bryant. In the meantime, try to do the right thing.
Riding flames, they charge with